You are based in Suba? Bangladesh. আচ্ছা আচ্ছা আমি এখন অ্যাক্টিং হেড এখানেও ব্যস্ত এরকম অ্যাডিশনাল মানে আমি যেহেতু ইন্টার গভর্নমেন্টটা দেখি ইনক্লুডিং এটা ওই জন্য আমাদের হেডটা মুভ করে গেছে ব্যাস থেকে এই জন্য আমি জানুয়ারি থেকে আমি অ্যাক্টিং আমি এভরি 2 months 2.5 months একবার আপনি আপনিও 14 কান্ট্রি দেখছি কাছে থাকা যাক শিওর 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 আপনার কোথায় বাড়ি আমাদেরও ঘর দিলেন আমাদেরও বাড়ি আমাদের দল আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ আমার ওয়াইফও তো লাস্ট টাইম জানুয়ারিতে নিয়ে এসেছি দেখতে নিয়ে আসে
Please, you take it.
So good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can you please have a seat? May I request you to please have a seat? We are going to start soon. Please take your seat. Honorable delegates, please take your seat. Mire. So, honorable delegates, please take your seat. We are going to start the meeting soon. Honorable delegates, we will be starting in a minute time. Please take your seat. Yeah. So kindly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, so kindly be seated and also turn off your phone or set them in the silent mode during the meeting to avoid any disruption in the proceedings. And also all the meeting reports for today's agenda for the ministerial segment, all the meeting reports and links are all available in the website. You can find it in the 6th Asia Pacific Environment Ministers Forum website. So His Excellency Dr. Dhamika Patabendi, Minister of Environment, Sri Lanka, and Chair Representative of the 5th session of the Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, is the presiding chair for the election of the new bureau. So His Excellency Dr. Dhamika Patabendi, Minister of Environment, Sri Lanka, kindly take the floor and begin the session, sir.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you once again to the ministerial segment of the 6th session of the Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. It is now my honor to conduct the election of the new Bureau as chair of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific held in Colombo, Sri Lanka on 2nd to 5th October 2023. I would now like to move to the election of officers to the Bureau. The Bureau will comprise of a chair and 2 vice chairs. May I now open the floor for any nominations for the position of chair and 2 vice chairs.
This is the one word. I recognize one word.
Mr.
Excellency Vanuatu.
Excellency Vanuatu.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. I have the honour to propose the election of the following distinguished representatives for the Bureau of the Ministerial segment of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. For the Chair, His Excellency Mr. Mosese Bulitavu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Fiji. For Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Tariq Ibrahim, Minister of Tourism and Environment of the Maldives. And for the other Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Razio Rado Sani, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Environment of Indonesia. I am sure that the distinguished delegates whom I have proposed will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of this ministerial segment. Thank you.
Anyone to second it?
Excellency Minister from Nepal.
Excellency Minister from Nepal.
Honorable Chair, I shall second the proposal of member state for the Bureau. For Chair, His Excellency Mr. Mosese Bulitavu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. For Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Tariq Ibrahim, Minister of Tourism and Environment, Maldives. For Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Razio Rado Sani, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Environment, Indonesia. I would like to extend best wishes to elected Bureau members for the successful deliberations of the ministerial segment. Thank you.
I just have the pleasure to formally announce that the Bureau of Ministerial segment of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific is composed of the following. Honorable Chairperson,
Chair is this.
Chair, His Excellency Mr. Moses Bulitavu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Tariq Ibrahim, Minister of Tourism and Environment, Maldives. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Razio Rado Sani, Deputy Minister, Minister of Environment, Indonesia. It is my privilege to congratulate the elected members of the Bureau for the ministerial segment of the forum, and I wish them all the best in their important work ahead. May I now invite the chair and the vice chairs to come to the rostrum to take his or her places as the chair of ministerial segment. Thank you.
And congratulate them.
Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, thank you for electing me as Chair of the Bureau. I'm honored and grateful for the trust you have placed in me to guide the ministerial segment of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and the Pacific. Please join me in congratulating the Vice Chairs on their election. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Thorik Ibrahim, Minister for Environment and Tourism from the Maldives, and Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Resho Radausani, Deputy Minister, the Ministry of Environment of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to serve as Chair of the Ministerial segment of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific. On behalf of the Bureau, I thank you for the confidence you place in us. We have a demanding agenda. I will do my utmost to ensure that our work is orderly, inclusive, and result-oriented, and that we conclude with clear outcomes to guide our collective efforts. I call on the spirit of cooperation and active participation of all delegates, and I acknowledge the steadfast support of my fellow Bureau members, and I also extend sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for their tireless preparation and assistance it will continue to provide throughout our meeting. This forum is taking place in hybrid format to enable wider participation. Whether you are with us in person or joining online, I encourage your full and active engagement. The Secretariat has shared all necessary information to facilitate both modes of participation so that our proceedings are smooth and inclusive. With that, if there are no objections, we will proceed to the adoption of the agenda and the organization of work. So we proceed. I take that there are no objections to the agenda, and the agenda is now adopted. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to serve as Chair for this important 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. I speak for myself and on behalf of other members of the Bureau. I wish to express our appreciation again, distinguished representative, in the confidence, as I've already alluded to, you place in us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now take up agenda item, adoption of the agenda, as you've already done that, sorry.
Excellencies will move back to their seat now. The Vice Chairs.
Sorry, we'll go for a procedural matter, then we'll continue again on the agenda. The Vice Chairs will take their seats back in the forum. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now take up agenda item number 8, Ministerial Dialogue on Advancing a Sustainable Solution for Resilient Planet in Asia and the Pacific. Please refer to background document UNEP/APN Forum 6/7. The UNEA 7 theme sends a strong message to accelerate sustainable solutions and effective responses for a safer and more resilient planet. This theme recognizes that striving for a world that is just, equitable, and inclusive hinges on advancing sustainable development, promoting sustained and inclusive economic growth, social development, and environment protection to benefit all as recognized in the future we want. I now invite the Secretariat to play the introductory or the presentation, to deliver the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure to provide you with an introductory presentation for Agenda Item 8, Ministerial Dialogue on Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet in Asia and the Pacific. Over the last few days, we've heard about the unprecedented environmental challenges that our region faces, but we've also heard about the unprecedented opportunities to create sustainable, fairer, and more resilient societies. You've also heard over the last few days how our region is at the center of global transformation. 60% of the world's population contributing to 60% of global GDP growth. And our region's choices will shape the planet's future. This region is critical to the global responses to the crises of climate change, loss of nature, pollution, and waste. And by embracing green and blue economies, we can generate sustainable growth, millions of jobs while restoring ecosystems and protecting human health. To success, we must harness the power of partnerships. We've heard about the need to mobilize finance, expedited direct access, and to amplify the transformative potential of technologies, including digital technologies. This, of course, is an important task for our leadership, our governments, but not governments alone. It's going to require the collective efforts of communities, youth, innovators, private sector, major groups, among others. Our region is responsible for 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Since 2000, energy-related emissions in the region have risen by more than 150%. At the same time, some of our countries are the most vulnerable to extreme weather events and impacts. The nationally determined contributions of countries in our region point us to priority sectors: energy, industry, waste, forestry, agriculture, marine ecosystems. The task before us is clear: rapid decarbonization across energy, transport, waste, and agricultural sectors. But again, this alone cannot be done without support. Countries are going to need scaled-up climate finance, technology transfer, capacity building for the implementation of the decarbonization agenda. Countries are going to need stronger early warning systems, more efficient energy use in buildings and transport, better ecosystem-based adaptation, and stronger monitoring of methane and other greenhouse gases. Equally urgent is the crisis facing nature. We host 17 of the world's 36 biodiversity hotspots, yet here biodiversity is under unprecedented threat from deforestation, land degradation, loss of habitats, to overfishing and pollution. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework gives us a pathway forward, but again, we need urgent and accelerated implementation. We need to align biodiversity strategies with our climate plans, agricultural policies, land use planning, and pollution control. It requires integrating ecosystem restoration and water management into national development strategies. Again, we must scale up biodiversity finance. Public budgets alone are insufficient. We're going to need private sector engagement. We're going to need blended finance models, innovative partnerships, essential to mobilize the required resources. Building on the UN Food Systems Summit plus 4 outcomes, there's a need to strengthen the environmental dimensions of food systems, as well as more effort on water resource management, sustainable land management, and ecosystem restoration. The pollution crisis is another defining challenge. Many of our countries and cities face dangerously high levels of air pollution. We've seen the surge of plastic waste with millions of tons, most of it short-lived, single-use plastics. A less visible but equally urgent threat is antimicrobial resistance. Waste and wastewater from healthcare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, and livestock are accelerating AMR, which could become the next global epidemic. Addressing pollution is going to require integrated solutions. There's an urgent need for holistic approaches to manage nutrient pollution more effectively, to integrate land use, water quality, and agricultural practices. Over the last few days, we've heard about the importance of science and data, which is essential to guiding decisions. Yet, across the region, persistent data gaps hinders effective decision-making. There are immense emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, drone, the Internet of Things, offering powerful new tools for early warning systems and data collection. Citizen science can also expand community participation and monitoring. Global assessments from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity Ecosystem Services, the International Resource Panel provide critical evidence, and the upcoming GEO7 will deliver solutions-oriented insights. We also welcome the new Intergovernmental Science Policy Panel on Waste, Chemicals, and Pollution that will further strengthen our global knowledge base. Effective governance remains key. Opportunities exist through frameworks such as the Montevideo Environmental Law Program and regional initiatives like the ASEAN Declaration and the Blue Pacific Strategy. We're very encouraged that 18 countries in our region now recognize the right to a healthy environment. Expanding legal recognition and strengthening enforcement will enhance accountability. But many countries in our region still require additional capacity to implement multilateral environmental agreements in a coordinated and an effective way. We've heard how finance is the key to determining our success, and we've heard that the financing gap stands at $7.5 trillion for climate action per year and $700 billion for biodiversity. Budgetary reforms can make a difference, redirecting $2.6 trillion in harmful subsidies towards sustainable priorities, adopting carbon pricing, aligning budgets with environmental targets are all critical steps. We have to engage the private sector, mandatory sustainable reporting for financial institutions, taxonomies for insurance and asset managers, and blended finance approaches can de-risk investments and attract capital flows. Digital transformation will be a vital enabler of transformation. It can accelerate the SDG progress, improve efficiencies, unlock new solutions. Yet challenges remain: data fragmentation, lack of interoperability, and limited access for some countries. We're hopeful that the UNEP's Global Environmental Data Strategy will support member states in better using environmental data for decision-making. And we have to ensure that AI and digital tools are managed sustainably through their life cycles. At the same time, carefully balancing the growing demand for critical minerals with the need to protect ecosystems and communities. In conclusion, Excellencies, to advance sustainable solutions for a resilient planet, we must decarbonize and build resilience against climate impacts. We must protect and restore nature through full implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We must tackle pollution and antimicrobial resistance with integrated solutions. We must close data gaps to strengthen the science policy interface. We must reinforce environmental governance and legal frameworks. We must mobilize finance and economic reforms at the required scale. We must harness digital transformation to make progress on the Sustainable Development Goals while managing the risks sustainably. I thank you, sir.
I thank the Secretariat for the introductory presentation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to statements from honorable ministers and heads of delegation under agenda item 8. The Secretariat has prepared and circulated a list of speakers for this item. Interventions may be delivered in person or online. To ensure all voices are heard, speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. And I hope that they will comply with that given the limited time we have. The Secretariat or I will signal as you approach your time. Please be mindful and respect the time allocated. And you can also submit soft copies of your statement to the Secretariat for posting. We will begin with the list as prepared by the Secretariat, and this is the list that's before me. We'll start with the Maldives, then we'll go to Nepal, then Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Solomon Islands, Thailand, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, just to give you a heads up. And I now invite Maldives to take the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific, Minister of Climate Change Environment of Fiji, Honorable Moses Bulitavu, Deputy Executive Director of United Nations Environment Programme, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you. At the outset, let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the government of the Republic of Fiji for the warm hospitality extended towards me and my delegation, and to the United Nations Environment Programme for the excellent arrangements to welcome us to the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. It is absolute honor for me to be here in Nandi to join these important discussions at a critical time for our planet. The urgency of our environmental challenges has never been clear, nor the need for cooperation more pressing. Asia and the Pacific are home to 60% of the global population. In our region, we are experiencing a series of extreme weather events, including devastating monsoon floods, extreme heat waves, and powerful tropical cyclones. Especially for the small island development states in Asia Pacific, the crisis is extremely pressing. The coral reefs are home to some of our most crucial marine biodiversity and the lifeline of our coastal economies. But due to climate impacts, these coral reefs are in danger of bleaching events. Furthermore, severe storms, prolonged droughts, and changing ocean patterns are placing significant strains on our livelihoods, infrastructure, and ecosystems. This leaves us under a severe financial burden and diverting our limited resources to climate adaptation. Despite these challenges, we remain steadfast in our commitment and determination to combat climate change and protect our environment and ecosystem. We completed our NDC 3.0 early in February this year and are working on our first national adaptation plan. We have designated 93 areas across the country as protected areas. This includes 3 UNESCO biosphere reserves. We are now working to double the biosphere reserves across the Maldives and establish nature parks in each atoll by 2028. On the renewable energy front, our President Dr. Mohammad Moiz announced a pledge to ensure that 33% of our electricity is generated by renewable energy by 2028. Since the announcement at COP28, we have nearly doubled our installed renewable energy capacity. Our experience has shown that no country can do this alone. We need strong coordination. We need strong coordinated global action. International partnerships, knowledge sharing, and capacity building are essential to meet the scale of the challenge we face. Together, let us build a future where no country, no island is left behind, a future where no community is overlooked and no ecosystem is beyond saving. Let the Asia-Pacific region stand together not just as a zone of vulnerability, but as a beacon of environmental leadership and cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the Maldives for the statement. Just be mindful and respect the time that is allocated. So try to make your contributions within the 3 minutes, given that we have a long list of speakers that's before me. I now invite Nepal to deliver its intervention.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and warm greetings from Nepal. At the outset, on behalf of the government and people of Nepal, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Fiji for graciously hosting the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and the Pacific. I am equally grateful to the United Nations Environment Programme for convening this crucial forum at a time when our world faces triple planetary crisis that demands collective and coordinated regional efforts. The Asia-Pacific region is unique in its geographical, biological, and socio-cultural diversity, ranging from the low-lying Pacific island to the highest peak on Earth. While this diversity forces rich biodiversity, it also increases our vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, as even a small rise in temperature can cause devastating consequences across diverse elevations. I speak today from the perspective of predominantly mountainous country that is among the most climate vulnerable in the world. Nepal's high mountains, adorned with perennial snow and glaciers, its mid-hills endowed with vast forests and biodiversity, and its foothills home to iconic wildlife such as the Bengal tiger, 100 rhinoceros, and wild animals, make it one of the most beautiful nations. Yet, this natural beauty is increasingly under threat. Glaciers are retreating, vegetation patterns are shifting, agriculture practices are being disrupted, and the mountain economy is being degraded. Under the leadership of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Nepal convened Sagarmatha Samvad, an international dialogue on climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. In May this year, this dialogue culminated in a 25-point Sagarmatha Samvad call for actions, reaffirming the delegates' shared commitment to addressing the climate crisis in both mountains and lowlands, linking the highlands with the island for collective global actions. To translate this call into actions, the government of Nepal is formulating Living Sagarmatha, a strategic mountain framework designed to integrate climate, biodiversity, and environmental initiatives in both the mountains and the lowlands. In parallel, the government has launched the Sagarmatha mega reforestation campaign aimed at fulfilling Nepal's pledge to achieve net zero emissions by 2045. These initiatives also present opportunities for transboundary cooperation within the region, thereby making a modest yet meaningful contribution to advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient Asia and Pacific. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Nepal. I now offer the floor to Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, I thank the government and people of Fiji and the United Nations Environmental Programme for convening this vital forum. The discussion document presents a sobering diagnosis, an interconnected triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution. As a region that houses 60% of the world's population and generates 55% of global emissions, our collective actions will shape the planet's future. For Pakistan, these threats are our lived reality. We face the front lines of climate change with vulnerable coasts, extreme weather, and immense water pressure, threatening our agriculture and food security every year. Our cities grapple with severe air pollution affecting millions. The economic risks are staggering. 63% of our region's GDP faces risks from nature's loss. Despite these challenges, Pakistan remains committed to solutions. We champion nature-based solutions and ecosystem restoration, aligning with the global biodiversity framework. Our updated NDCs reflect our highest decarbonization ambition while we develop comprehensive national adaptation plans and strengthen domestic environmental frameworks. However, national efforts alone are insufficient. The annual USD 7.5 trillion climate finance gap cannot be bridged by developing nations alone, especially while trillions continue funding environmentally harmful activities. Let this forum be a turning point. We need stronger international cooperation through enhanced climate finance and technology transfer to deliver on Paris Agreement promises. Pakistan stands ready to collaborate with every nation to scale up effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions. Let us secure the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for all our people and our shared planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan, for your statement. I now offer the floor to Sri Lanka.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka is honored to deliver this statement at the Asia-Pacific Environment Forum, a vital platform for strengthening regional solidarity in advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. Our deliberations here contribute directly to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the decisions of the UN Environmental Assembly. Sri Lanka has taken significant steps to integrate environmental sustainability in our national development agenda, guided by our National Environmental Policy, National Environmental Action Plan, and our NDCs. We are advancing a transition towards a 70% renewable energy share by 2030, alongside large-scale reforestation and mangrove restoration programs to safeguard biodiversity and strengthen climate resilience. We have also introduced regulatory measures on single-use plastics, strengthen extended producer responsibility in waste management, and are investing in green recovery pathways that align economic revitalization with environmental stewardship. Excellencies, the environmental challenges of our region transcend borders. Air pollution, marine litter, and biodiversity loss undermine human health, economic stability, and the integrity of ecosystem across Asia and the Pacific. In this context, Sri Lanka proposes concrete regional actions. The establishment of a regional collaboration mechanism for air quality monitoring and management, including harmonized data, capacity building, and early warning systems. A regional partnership to combat marine plastic pollution, complementing the UNEA process towards a legal binding global instrument. Strengthening knowledge sharing and financing platforms to support innovation and technology transfer among developing countries of the region. Sri Lanka also underlines the importance of inclusive participation, especially of children, youth, and local communities, in shaping and implementing solutions. Empowering them through environmental education, skill development, and access to green jobs will secure the long-term resilience of our societies. Honorable Chair, the Asia-Pacific region is both vulnerable and full of opportunities. By deepening collaboration, embracing innovation, and upholding our shared commitments, we can ensure that our region not only withstand the challenges of climate and environmental change, but also leads the world towards a truly sustainable and resilient future. Sri Lanka stands ready to work with all partners in this collective endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. And now offer the floor to the Solomon Islands.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government and the people of Solomon Islands, I wish to express our sincere gratitude and commend the leadership of the government of Fiji and United Nations Environment Programme for their successful co-hosting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and the Pacific here in the beautiful nation of Fiji. I wish to assure this meeting that my country stands with the region in seeking and advancing sustainable solutions to strengthen our collective resilience. Like many countries in our region, we cannot meaningfully advance sustainable solutions without addressing the urgent issue of climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. We, the most vulnerable, are on the front lines. Our voice must be heard, particularly in calling on the world's most responsible country to reduce emissions. We cannot continue to pursue solutions without addressing the root causes. As ocean peoples, our survival depends on our marine and coastal resources. Empowering our communities through inclusive governance system is vital to safeguarding coral reefs and fish stock that underpin our food security. In this regard, we reaffirm our support for regional marine conservation initiatives, such as the Coral Triangle Initiative, and highlight our own marine service designed to protect critical biodiversity hotspots. Equally, biodiversity conservation in our island is central to resilience. The Solomon Islands host unique species and ecosystems, including tropical rainforests and mangroves, on which our lives depend. We remain committed to community-based conservation that integrates traditional knowledge, science, and best practices, working closely with NGOs, partners, and government institutions to protect these invaluable natural resource assets. To this end, we see an urgent need to strengthen policy and institution for climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction, improve climate and disaster information, including early warning system, empower communities through capacity building and social networks, invest in climate resilient sectors such as forestry and energy, promote gender equality and social inclusion and community-based approaches, and ensure equitable access to climate finance. Finally, as I share this thought, I call on all of us to move beyond commitment and to act with agency. Let us together deliver tangible action to safeguard our region and our planet. Before I close, let me congratulate the Honorable Chair for your appointment as a chair for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now offer the floor to Thailand.
Good morning. Honorable Moses Buritahu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Excellency, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Royal Thai government, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Republic of Fiji and UNEP for organizing this forum, such as a beautiful place. As we convene at the 6th AP Forum, Thailand reaffirms its commitment to environmental sustainability as a foundation for nation progress and global responsibility. We acknowledge that protecting our planet's ecosystem is essential to securing a prosperous and resilient future for all. In line with these goals, Thailand's policy prioritizes a just transition towards low carbon development, nature-based solutions, and zero pollution. These efforts are guided by Bio-Circular Green BCG economy model, which integrates economic development with environmental sustainability and social inclusiveness. Thailand has committed to reduce GHG emission by 30 to 40% by 2030, achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, and reaching net zero emission by 2065. Our policy focuses on low carbon development, nature-based solution, and zero pollution guided by the Bio-Circular Green economy model. We are preparing our enhanced NDC 3.0, promoting inclusive energy transition, climate change resilience, and green finance. Thailand also commits to conserve biodiversity through the Kunming-Montreal Global Framework and recognize digital innovation as a key tool to monitor resources and improve environment quality. We call all the international community sustainable cooperation on the technology transfer, capacity building, and climate change finance. Thailand stands ready to collaborate with our nation to address that triple planetary crisis and build a sustainable, resilient, inclusive future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now give the floor to Valu.
Chair, Honorable Minister, Excellencies and colleagues. Firstly, I join others who have spoke before me to convey our congratulations for your election as a chair, as well as your fellows, our vice chair. I assure you of the utmost support from Tuvalu. Allow me also through you to extend our sincere thanks and heartfelt appreciation to the government and the people of Fiji for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. I would also like to acknowledge the enormous effort by the government of Fiji, through your leadership, Honorable Minister, to bring Asia-Pacific ministers and environment authorities forum to the Pacific, making this the first of in the history of such high-level gathering of the UNEA process. Chair, I would like to share one example of how Tuvalu is advancing a sustainable solution for its people. We have been working hard to ensure that our country is able to withstand the impacts of climate change and sea level rise. We have worked with regional organizations, the Green Climate Fund and bilateral donors to develop and implement our Tuvalu Coastal Adaptation Project. As part of this TCAP, we have developed a free digital hazard platform which allows communities to track how shorelines have shifted over time, informing the design of climate adaptation strategies. We are undertaking significant land reclamation and sea walls to hold back storm surges, standing just a mere 2 meters above mean of sea level. Tuvalu battles with the exacerbated devastation of sea level rise on our low-lying coral atoll islands. It is therefore anticipated that these major engineering works will hopefully ensure that we can stay ahead of sea level rise and ensure that the people of Tuvalu have a place called home, now and forever. For a small atoll nation, waste management is an ever-growing concern. Our islands are constantly being inundated with plastic waste pollution that has come from distant sources. This is transboundary waste that have not created. I recently returned from Geneva. I have attended INC 5.2 on the plastic treaty. I was deeply disappointed by the outcome. We came so close to having a treaty, but good faith negotiations was not in the minds of some delegations. I think all the technical issues have been resolved. We need a practical and political process to finalize the treaty. Perhaps INC 5.3 could be held in conjunction with UN Environment Assembly in December and have ministers and HODs agree on the final text of the treaty. For those who want a treaty, let us get together and reach an agreement. The Pacific region is awash with plastic pollution. We need to address this issue seriously and urgently. Returning to the issue of climate change, Chair, we are pleased with the recent advisory opinion presented by the International Court of Justice. It clearly shows that there is an obligation by all states to take actions on climate change, whether they are party or not to the Paris Agreement. We now need to see how we can put the advisory opinion into action. Therefore, we call on UNEP to assist small island states find means to enforce the outcomes of the advisory opinion. This could be legal workshops for governments, members of the judiciary, indigenous peoples, and civil society. We are pleased that UNEP's medium-term strategy and program of work calls for tailored support for SIDS, including equitable funding, localized monitoring, regional data system, technical capacity, and legal frameworks for climate displacement. The issue of climate change displacement is critical. While we have labor mobility strategies in our region, we have yet to create a legal framework to give proper protection to people displaced by climate change. We encourage UNEP to assist Pacific SIDS develop a regional legal framework on appropriate rights-based protection to people displaced across national borders due to climate change. Chair, our region is divided over the costs and benefits of deep-sea bed mining. Tuvalu is opposed to the DSM due to the potential impact on our fisheries and marine biodiversity. Deep seabed mining could potentially undermine our entire economy, which is based on fisheries. We note that there is considerable misinformation about the benefits of DSM. It would be useful for UNEP to develop information about the potential impact of DSM, so more informed decisions can be made by leaders in this region. Chair, last but not the least, these are just a few suggestions on how UNEP can advance our effort in finding sustainable solutions. We look forward to UNEP's support, and we hope it can enhance its presence in this region. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I've given him more time because he's one of the most vulnerable nations in the Pacific. I now offer the floor to Vanuatu. You have the floor, Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency Chair, firstly, let me congratulate you on your election and the election of the Vice Chairs, and a big thank you to Whenaka Vakelevu, to Government and people of Fiji for hosting us so warmly, and also for hosting this forum for the first time in the Pacific. I think only the Fiji could have done it, with the rest of us are too small. Thank you to you and your officials of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and also thank you to UNEP. In consideration of time, I'll focus my intervention only on two regional initiatives that come from the Pacific, which we've heard mentioned previously. The first is the Pacific Island Forum's declaration of the continuity of statehood and the protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise, and we call on all states to continue building the momentum towards the proposed UN General Assembly Declaration on sea level rise next year. The second is the ICJ advisory opinion handed down on the 23rd of July, which referred to by the Deputy Prime Minister in his opening remarks. This historic advisory opinion for the first time authoritatively sets out states' legal duties in relation to climate change, and it situates the opinion against a backdrop of 5 decades of treaty making and steadily worsening scientific findings on climate change. The court confirms that climate change is a quintessentially universal risk and holds that every state is bound to act with stringent due diligence to prevent significant harm to the climate system and to cooperate internationally to that end. The opinion integrates international human rights law, identifying the rights to life, health, an adequate standard of living, and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as directly threatened by climate change, and affirms that environmental protection is a precondition for their enjoyment. So the advisory opinion therefore equips us with an authoritative statement that legally binding climate duties have existed for decades, despite historical polluters' disregard for such duties, and that the Paris loss and damage finance agenda rests on these hard legal duties, including the duty to make reparations for injury resulting from wrongful acts, and that the continued expansion of fossil fuel production is incompatible with states' obligations of prevention and cessation. Chair, we can rely on this opinion to press for ambitious NDC revisions at COP30, to galvanise donor support for the Loss and Damage Fund, and to strengthen our position in any future negotiations on climate justice matters. The finding that responsibility is engaged for cumulative emissions also paves the way for potential litigation against states and possibly corporate actors who have, through their acts and emissions, caused climate harm. So we call on all states, member states and relevant stakeholders to take urgent steps to ensure that the opinion's clarifications of international law inform all areas of climate action and cooperation, with particular attention to the needs and rights of the most vulnerable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now offer the floor to the Cook Islands.
Vinaka to you, Mr. Chair, and warm kia ora to you, Honourable Minister. May I express the Cook Islands government's appreciation and thank you to the governments and people of Fiji for hosting this ministerial segment of 6th session of foreign ministers and environment authorities of Asia and Pacific region. I share my perspective from the Cook Islands on advising sustainable solution for a resilient planet. On climate action, we are encouraged to hear commitments by countries in our region to work towards net zero emission by 2050 and 2060. We as Pacific Islanders are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, which is a matter of survival for us. I call on the Asia-Pacific region to stand on solidarity and in our unwavering commitment to climate action. A stronger call to enhance climate finance and just transition to clean energy must be loud and clear to protect our vulnerable population and fragile ecosystem. On nature action, we support the call for all whole of government and whole of society approach by also aligning our sectoral policies and various national action plans. I call on the prioritization of our oceans, including the need for parties to find a pathway to rectify the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction agreements. While we acknowledge the implementation of coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we need to call on our region to specifically mention the need to meet the global biodiversity target to protect 30% of our Earth's surface by 2030. On pollution action, we strongly support the call to establish a global science policy panel to support the sound management of chemicals and waste to prevent pollution. We look forward to the panel's first plenary session to discuss work program and priorities. Furthermore, we call our region to uphold the UNEA Resolution 514 to end plastic pollution based on full life cycle approach. While we did not reach an agreement at the INC 5.2 this month, we will continue our fight to reach an agreement in the resume session that is effective, address sustainable production and consumption, global and national measures on plastic products and chemicals, and has an accessible means of implementation to support developing countries, particularly small islands, developing states. We thank you, Chair, for your leadership and acknowledgement the Asia-Pacific region for upholding our commitment toward multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now give the floor to Mongolia.
Эрхэмсэг дарга хүнд төлөөлөгчдөө Аз намхан далайн орнуудын байгаль орчны сайднаар болон эрх баригчтай 6 дахь чуулга уулзалтад хандаж үг хэлэх эрхэм үндэт үүрэг тохиож туйлын байрт байна. Монгол улсын засгийн газрын нэрийн өмнөөс Фижи улсын засгийн газар болон нүүбийн байгаль орчны хөтөлбөрт биднийг энэхүү чухал цаг үед нэгтгэн уралдуулж буйд гүн талархал илэрхийлье.
With your Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would translate consecutively from Mongolian to English, and my delegation would like to request this pleasure. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a great honor to address the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia Pacific. On behalf of the government of Mongolia, I convey my deep appreciation for the government of Fiji and to UNEP for convening us at this critical moment when decisive national and global action is required and when our region can demonstrate the leadership to the world when it needs to comfort and fight against triple planetary crisis.
Ор амьсгалын өөрчлөлт бидний хамтын ирээдүйд занал хэлсээр байна. Парисын хэлцээрийн хүрээнд Монгол улс шинжилсэн үндэсний хэмжээнд тодорхойлсон хувь нэмрийн зорилтыг боловсруулж дуусгачтандаа орсон бөгөөд уг баримт төвчгийг 9-р сард ор амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн тухай Нобелийн суурь конвенцийн нэгтгэсэн тайланд багтаахаар хөргүүлэх болно. Манай шинэ зорилт нь бууруулах болон дасан зохицох талбарт илүү өндөр түвшний зорилго тусгаж байгальд суурилсан шийдлүүдийг нэвтрүүлэн эмзэг бүлгийн хамтын нийгэмлүүдийн доктортой бага нүрс төрөгчийн замналыг дэмжинэ.
Climate change continuously threatens our shared future. In line with the Paris Agreement, Mongolia is finalizing its updated nationally determined contribution and will submit it by September for inclusion of UNFCCC synthetic report. Our new NDC raises ambition in both mitigation and adaptation, embeds nature-based solutions, and advances resilient, low-carbon pathways for vulnerable communities.
Монгол улс биологийн олон янз байдлын үндэсний стратеги үйл ажиллагааны төлөвлөгөөг боловсруулж 9-р сард баталгуулахаар бэлтгэж байна. Тус баримтчгийн дороцоо экосистемийг сэргээх, хамгаалалтаа газар нутгийг өргөжүүлэх, газар ашиглалтын төлөвлөлтийг тогтвортой хөгжлийн зарчимд нийцүүлэх, удирдлагыг бэхжүүлэх, цогц замыг тодорхойлсон бөгөөд Көмийн Министerial биологийн олон янз байдлын хүрээний баримтчигтэй уялдаж байна. Ингэснээр бид уур амьсгал ба байгаль хамгааллын үйл ажиллагааг нэгтгэж, иргэд болон экосистемд бодит өргөж хүртэхийг зорж байна.
We are also in the process of completion of Mongolian National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan for adoption in September. It sets out an integrated pathway to restore degraded ecosystems, expand protected area, and align land use planning and sustainability, and strengthen governance, which fully aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In doing so, we believe to ensure the synergy between climate and nature action, delivering tangible benefits for the communities and ecosystems.
Монгол улсад өвлийн үйлрэлд халаалт болон тээвэрлэлтэй сүйдэлтэй ялгаруулалт байнгын сорилт болж олон нийтийн эрүүл мэнд бүтээмжид ноцтой нөлөөлсөөр байна. Бид цэвэр халаалтын шийдлүүдийг өргөдөө хэрэгжүүлж, түлшний стандартыг чангатгаж, хяналт олон нийтийн мэдлэгийг сайжруулж, мөн бус нутгийн түншүүдтэй хамтран Аз намхан далайн цэвэр агаарын түншил болон бусад механизмаар батлагдсан арга хэмжээг түгэж байна.
Our resolve must be equally strong on plastic pollution. In Mongolia, wintertime emission from heating and transport remain as a persistent challenge with serious consequences for public health and productivity. We are scaling clean heating solutions, tightening fuel standards, strengthening the monitoring and public awareness, and engaging with regional partners through Asia and the Pacific Clean Air Partnership and related platforms to accelerate diffusion of proven measures.
Хоонцор бохирдлын эсрэг бидний тэмцэлж тууштай байх ёстой. Харамсалтай нь Женевад нуусан хоонцор бохирдлын эсрэг олон улсын гэрээ боловсруулах, засгийн газар хоорондын хэлцээрийн 5-р чуулганы үргэлжилтийг хэн нийтийг хамарсан хууль хэрэгцсэн гэрээнд хүрч чадсангүй. Монгол улс хоонцор материалын бүтэн мөчлөгийг хамарсан өндөр түвшний олон улсын гэрээг байгуулахын төлөө тууштай ажиллах бөгөөд энэ хэлцээг энэ он дотор эцэлхийн тулд бүх төлөөлөгчдийг бүтээлчээр хамтран ажиллахыг уриалж байна.
Our resolve must be equally strong on plastic pollution. Mongolia notes with a deep regret that the resumed 5th session of the INC on plastic pollution in Geneva ended without agreement or consensus. As a country that banned single-use plastic bags in 2019, we had hoped for more decisive progress. Mongolia remains committed to working towards an ambitious, enforceable treaty that addresses the full life cycle of plastics, and also we second all delegation to work constructively to conclude negotiations possible within this year.
Онцгой боломжийг олгож байна. Монгол улс 2026 оны 8-р сарын 17-ноос 28-ны өдрүүдэд Улаанбаатар хотод COP17 баг хурлыг зохион байгуулахаар бэлтгэж байна. Энэ нь бэлчээр ба нүүдлийн мал аж ахуйн эрхлэгчдийн олон улсын жил болон экосистемийг сэргээх нүүбийн 10 жилийн хүрээнд тохиох юм. COP17-гийн үеэр төр засгийн тэргүүн нарын түвшнийг хилцүүлэх өндөр дээд хэмжээний тусгай сегмент зохион байгуулагдаж удаан хугацааны бодлогын шийдвэрүүд гарна. Элрейд хотод болсон COP16 баг хурлын амжилттай туршлага тулгуурлан бид мөн тусгай сэдвчлэгсэн өдөр загварыг санал болгож байна. Үүнд ус, газар, төсвөрлөх чадвар, хүмүүс, хүнс ба хөдөө аж ахуй гэсэн сэдвүүдийг эзэж шинжлэх ухаан хөрөнгө оруулалт бодлогын асуудлыг бүгд нь уялдуулан авч үзснээр баярлалаа.
Looking ahead, 2026 is a real year that provides us the unique opportunity to synergize the momentums and collective actions. Mongolia is preparing to host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Ulaanbaatar from 17 to 28 August 2026, which will coincide with International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralists and to contribute to the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. COP17 will feature a leaders' dialogue for heads of state and government and dedicated high-level segments, providing space for policy decisions on lasting impact. Building on the successful experience of COP16, which held in El Riyadh in 2024, we will also incorporate with the models of dedicated thematic days. The thematic themes for COP17 will cover water, land, resilience, people, and food supply, with the cross-cutting elements like science, investment, policy mainstreamed throughout the session. And I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and contribution from Mongolia. I think it's a good time now to have a break. I thank the Honorable Ministers who have already delivered their statements. And after lunch, when you resume, that is around 2:15, the following ministers of following countries will then make their statement. Philippines, Kiribati, and Indonesia. That's when we complete the minister's intervention, then we'll move on to senior officials, where we'll go in this order: Australia, then Bhutan, Cambodia, China, Japan, Laos, People's Democratic Republic, Republic of Korea, and then Singapore. I've given that so you can prepare ahead, and given the time limit, we have 3 minutes. You can always give your speech to be posted by the Secretariat online. And we'll take the break, as I've said. In the Pacific, as we say, we try not to be late for lunch, or there'll be nothing left. So I'll now hand over to the Secretariat, who will announce some of the housekeeping matters.
Thank you, Excellency. So basically, we will come back 2:15, and there are 2 side events. So we have one on climate early warning system for resilience. Another one is on uniting for 30 by 30, catalyzing marine and coastal conservations in the Asia Pacific. The 2 are the very, very important side events going to take place. So please do attend. We'll encourage you to do attend. Also have some food as well to continue after lunch. Thank you very much. Early warning system is also there. We have a big program, almost $50 million program.
For early warning system?
Yes, but only 6 countries at the moment out of 40. Right. Okay. Yeah, but in the northern Pacific, 4 countries, and then southern side is Tuvalu and Right.
Болохоор байна уу бичиж? Баггүй. Эндээс нь бичих юм. 1 2 энэ хамаг ба. Дууг нь бичих юм уу? За. Эхлэх үү те. За. Эрхэмсэг дарга хүндэт төлөөлөгчдөө, эрхэмсэгч очдоо, Аз намхан далайн орнуудын байгаль орчны сайднаар болон эрх баригчдын 6 дахь чуулга уулзалтад хандаж үг хэлэх эрхэм үндэт үүрэг тохиож байд туйлын баяртай байна. Монгол улсын засгийн газрын нэрийн өмнөөс Фижи улсын засгийн газар болон нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын байгаль орчны хөтөлбөрт биднийг энэхүү чухал цаг үед нэгтгэн хуралдуулж буйд гүн талархал илэрхийлье. Энэ бол үндэсний болон олон улсын хэмжээнд шийдэмгий арга хэмжээ авахыг шаардаж буй мөн манай бүс нутаг дэлхийн нийт тулгараад буй 3 За. Чамраа нэг чарахгүй. За. Хуржээ нөө өндөр чинь. Эрхэмсэг дарга хүндэт төлөөлөгчд, эрхэмсэгч очдоо Аз намхан далайн орнуудын байгаль орчны сайднаар болон эрх баригчдын 6 дахь чуулга уулзалтад хандаж үг хэлэх эрхэм үндэт үүрэг тохиож буйд туйлын баяртай байна. Монгол улсын засгийн газрын нэрийн өмнөөс Фижи улсын засгийн газар болон нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын байгаль орчны хөтөлбөрт биднийг энэхүү чухал цаг үед нэгтгэн хуралдуулж буйд гүн талархал илэрхийлье. Энэ бол үндэсний болон олон улсын хэмжээнд шийдэмгий арга хэмжээ авахыг шаардаж буй мөн манай бүс нутаг дэлхийн нийтэд тулгараад буй гурвалсан эмралтаа тэмцэхэд шаардлагатай манлайлалыг харуулж чадах мөч мөн. Уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт бидний хамтын ирээдүйд занал хийлсээр байна. Парисын хэлцээрийн хүрээнд Монгол улс шинжилсэн үндэсний хэмжээнд
Next on our list will be Philippines, and it will be online via video. So we give the floor now to Philippines.
Distinguished ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good day to all. I extend my deepest gratitude to the United Nations Environment Programme and to the government of Fiji for hosting this crucial 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities in the Asia Pacific. The Philippines reaffirms its unwavering commitment to regional collaboration in addressing our shared environmental challenges. The theme of UNEA 7, Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet, encapsulates our shared mission. In the Asia-Pacific region, the environmental challenges are not distant or theoretical. They are immediate, pressing, and demand urgent action. According to the World Economic Forum, as much as 63%, or the equivalent of $19 trillion of our region's gross domestic product, is at risk due to nature loss caused by human activity and climate change. We must promote sustainable consumption patterns, minimize waste, and foster technological innovation. The Philippines has been actively supporting the process of crafting landmark UNEA agreements, particularly Resolution 5/14, which convened an intergovernmental negotiating committee to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastics. The Philippines has also launched a National Plastic Action Partnership that provides a unifying platform to transition from a take-make-waste linear economic model to a circular economy where resources are used efficiently, waste is minimized, and materials are reused. By prioritizing sustainable consumption and production, the circular economy not only reduces emissions and pollution, but also fosters innovation, green job creation, resilience, and equity. We recognize the need for strategies to improve resilience in the face of increasing risk. An initiative for improving resilience is our government's Risk Resiliency Program. Through this program, the Philippines is investing the equivalent of 417.89 billion Philippine pesos. This 2025, or an increase of 31.48% from 2024. Governments can bring economic growth strategies in closer alignment with the objective sustainable development. There is vast potential to generate green jobs. The same World Economic Forum report revealed that our region holds the potential to generate over 14.2 million green jobs by 2030, creating opportunities for over 2 billion youth. And the market for green businesses in Asia is expected to grow to between $4 to $5 trillion by 2030, and nature-positive business opportunities could generate about 232 million jobs per year by 2030. To address these challenges effectively, we must strengthen regional collaboration, share best practices, and leverage each other's resources and expertise. In the area of critical minerals development, there is surging demand for these resources because of the transition to clean energy technologies. Asia and the Pacific can be a key player in the production, refining, investment, and trade of critical minerals. The region can strengthen focus on environmental protection, including promoting recycling. Regional cooperation can strengthen supply chain resilience through trade and investment partnerships, economic cooperation mechanisms, and regional financing initiatives towards addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. In this forum, let us reaffirm the region's commitment to pursue reforming economic incentives, and promoting more inclusive and adaptive governance approaches towards a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive Asia-Pacific region. By embracing collective leadership and acting boldly, we can ensure a healthier planet for future generations. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Philippines. I now offer the floor to Kiribati.
Thank you, Chair. As it is my first time addressing this quick gathering, allow me to congratulate you, Chair, on your election and leadership of this landmark gathering, the first of its kind hosted in our region. Through you, I extend our deep appreciation to the government and people of Fiji for their warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this meeting. Fiji has truly excelled as host, working seamlessly with the secretariats. I also acknowledge UNEP and our donor partners for making our participation in this important forum possible. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I bring warm greetings from the people of Kiribati. We meet here in Fiji at a critical time, when now region stands at the front line of a planetary crisis that we, as SEEDs and LDCs, experience most acutely. For Kiribati, the climate crisis is not a distant threat. It is our daily reality. Rising sea levels are eroding our shores. Salt water intrusion threatens our food and water security. And stronger storm combined with king tides of each month undermine the foundation of our communities. For adult nations like Kiribati, the resilience of the planet is measured in the survival of our people, our culture and our heritage, and our very homeland. Excellencies, advancing sustainable solutions requires three things: agency, fairness, and solidarity. First, agency. Kiribati cannot afford to wait. We must accelerate actions on climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. For Kiribati, adaptation is a matter of human, cultural identity, and national sovereignty over our land, and ocean securities. We call this caught up timely and resource investment in nature-based solutions, coastal protection and renewable energy that empower communities and protect livelihoods and our economies. Second, fairness. Seed and health disease contribute the least to global emission hits, pay the highest price. Climate finance must flow faster, easier, and at the required scale. Adaptation and loss and damage are not optional, they are lifeless. Kiribati highlights the gap between climate pledges and resources delivered as Chapter 8 nears its end. Why do adaptation projects remain unfunded? There is a urgent need to deliver on the finance pledges made under the plans, the Paris Agreements, UN Ocean Conferences, and the coming Montreal Global Diversity Framework to support our full and effective implementation and shared global goals and targets at the country level. For this, we urge donor nations, especially wealthy and oil-producing countries, to provide the support our communities urgently need. For us, this is not about choice, it is about survival. Third, solidarity. No country can succeed alone. We need stronger regional cooperation, technology transfer, and capacity support to build resilience across Asia and the Pacific. We must also ensure that global frameworks, including the multilateral environmental agreements, reflect the special circumstances and vulnerabilities of seeds. Kiribati believes that a resilient planet begins with resilient people. Investing in education, health, and sustainable livelihoods is just as important as infrastructure and technology. Solutions must be people-centered, inclusive, and respectful of traditional knowledge. Excellencies, time is running out for Kiribati and for many seats, but with urgent, fair, and united action, we can still secure a resilient future for all. Kiribati stands ready to work with you to advance solutions that uphold the dignity, security, and survival of our peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now offer the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you. Excellency Chair, we congratulate you for your election. Excellencies, Ministers, senior official, and honorable delegate from UNEP Asia Pacific countries, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia conveys a deep appreciation for the Republic of Fiji government as the host for this year's 6th session of the Foreign Minister and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific and UNEP Secretariat for the cordial welcome at the visible venue in Nadi. Indonesia's commitment to pro-environmental policy and practice has been always strong. It's stated clearly in our constitution. Everyone has a right for clean and healthy environment. As the largest archipelagic country with mega marine and terrestrial biodiversity, which is currently going to be more industrialized. Therefore, the transformation into greener and a low carbon as well as circular economy is must. Climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution remain to be our primary challenge and concern. Currently, Indonesia emphasizes the implementation of this commitment. We have strengthened our effort, including addressing the climate change and resilience, mangrove conservation and rehabilitation, peatland and ecosystem, strengthen the regulation for managing biodiversity, put strong support implementing pollution control, including air, water, and marine plastic pollution, and proactively work on collaborative regional effort to combat transboundary pollution. We realize that a comprehensive, just and equal financing scheme is urgently needed to achieve environmental sustainability. To fill in this gap in addressing climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution, we encourage a tandem approach, a natural-based solution and ecosystem-based solution to overcome the financial and technological constraint while keeping up to achieve on the target. In mitigation adaptation effort of climate change, Indonesia has established an Indonesian exchange, a carbon market. In this wonderful event, we invite all member states to participate in this novel market that could support our effort to make the planet better. Since also a part of our transformation into more industrialized country, we would also like to share our knowledge to look forward to learning from other member states on having a more environmentally sound AI implementation. This effort from Indonesia also aligned with numerous UNEA resolutions, particularly in attempt related to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss and land degradation, marine and coastal protection, waste management and pollution. Furthermore, as the Asia-Pacific region is the habitat for more than 60% of world children and youth, we feel that children and youth play an important role in addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution both now and for the future. Therefore, we are committed to support any initiative that will enhance their contribution to establishing solutions addressing the climate crisis, pollution, and biodiversity loss. It is silent in agenda item, which will be discussed in these coming days, that most of us believe that more practical approach is urgently needed to deal with the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We expect to collaborate and cooperate more with all member states in developing and developed countries, implementing solutions to attain sustainable development goals. We urge fellow delegates to come together with clear set objectives to bring about an implementable, just and equal plan and platform in preparing the UNEA 7 in Nairobi to help our brother and sister who are in desperate situation, receiving the direct impact of this environmental problem. We sincerely look forward to fruitful deliberation and meaningful collaboration through this year's 6th session of the Forum Minister and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific process. Thank you for your kind attention and commitment. Now I will return the floor to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Assistant Minister. Now we shall move to senior officials, and I'll give the floor to Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I would like to extend my thanks and congratulations to the Government of Fiji for both its warm hospitality and chairing of this meeting. I would also like to begin by paying my respects to First Nations people as the traditional custodians of country in Australia. I acknowledge their enduring connection to country and the contribution of Indigenous peoples everywhere in protecting the natural environment. The Asia-Pacific region is central to global efforts to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. Home to extraordinary natural wealth and cultural diversity, our region is on the front lines of environmental degradation and climate change. That is why we want to deliver COP31 in genuine partnership with the region. Hosting COP31 in partnership with the Pacific is an unprecedented opportunity to bring global attention to the unique challenges and opportunities in our blue Pacific. It is also a tangible investment in multilateralism. It reflects our continuing belief in the multilateral system to deliver outcomes for all states, including a safer climate. Like the ocean and climate systems themselves, our ocean and climate commitments are connected. We are an island nation, like many other countries represented here today, and the ocean is at the heart of our national identity. We recognise that many countries in our region are leading the way on sustainable ocean management, and we want to work together to encourage other coastal and ocean states to commit to sustainably managing 100% of the ocean areas under their national jurisdiction. We're committed to ratifying the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty as soon as possible, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration with partners in our region as we plan for the effective implementation of that treaty. Despite negotiations on a plastic treaty, on the Plastic Pollution Treaty reaching an impasse in Geneva, we remain committed to our work established under UNEA Resolution 514 and to taking a comprehensive approach to tackling plastic pollution that addresses the full life cycle of plastic. We acknowledge that many countries want to see common binding rules to tackle plastic pollution, and we are committed to continuing to work with other nations who want to see a world free of plastic pollution. We are continuing to tackle marine plastics such as ghost nets and single-use plastics in the Pacific and the Arafura and Timor Seas through global and regional partnerships. Australia is also taking significant steps to manage plastic pollution at home and transition to a more circular economy. Finally, we would like to take this opportunity to recognise and applaud UNEP for its important work supporting regional and global environmental governance. Looking ahead to UNEA 7, Australia is committed to working constructively with all countries to ensure a successful and impactful assembly. We must seize this opportunity to advance integrated solutions, strengthen multilateralism, and deliver outcomes for our region that reflect the urgency of the challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I now give the floor to Bhutan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by congratulating you and the Vice Chairs on your election to the Bureau. Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, Bula Vinaka and Kuzuzangpo, on behalf of the Kingdom of Bhutan, I extend our gratitude for this opportunity to dialogue on advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. Guided by our constitutional mandate to maintain 60% forest cover and our development philosophy of gross national happiness, we view environmental resilience not as an option, but as the very foundation of our existence and our contribution to the global community. For a mountainous, climate-vulnerable nation like Bhutan, a resilient planet means healthy mountain ecosystems. These ecosystems are the source of life, providing water security, sustaining rich biodiversity, and acting as natural barriers against disasters. Yet they are under severe threat. Their explicit recognition and protection must be a regional and global priority. Our experience shows that advancing sustainable solutions requires a holistic and integrated approach. Our climate actions, such as our carbon neutral commitment and our nationally determined contributions 3.0, is working towards the social sector and is being designed to be inclusive and just. These actions are interconnected. They demonstrate the integrating climate, clean air, and inclusive development is not just aspirational, but achievable. However, ambitions must be matched with action on the ground. To truly build resilience, we must collectively address critical gaps. First, on financing. We need direct access to tailored, predictable finance, including green bonds and blended mechanisms, to empower our local communities and private sector to lead the green transition. Second, on implementation, we urge UNEP's medium-term strategy to include clear, actionable regional programs that address our unique vulnerabilities, from reducing global risks to managing human-wildlife conflict. And third, on partnership, we call for strengthened South-South cooperation and technology transfer, particularly for early warning systems and digital tools for disaster risk reduction, leveraging the expertise of regional bodies. Excellencies, a resilient planet is one where no nation is left behind. Bhutan stands ready as a steadfast partner and knowledge bringer on mountain issues. Let us ensure our cooperation moves beyond dialogue to delivery, building a future that is just, equitable, and inclusive for all. Vinaka and Kadinche.
Thank you. Now give the floor to Cambodia.
Honorable Mr. Chairs, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my ministers of the environment of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to extend my warmest regards to the Ministries of Environment and Climate Change of Republic of Fiji and the United Nations Environment Programme for hosting this 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority in East Asia. We also appreciate the commitment, the implementation of both and cooperation support of all member states and stakeholders to advance sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. Cambodia recognizes the significance and urgencies to address the climate change impacts, biodiversity loss and land degradation and environment pollution. But we are also acknowledge that in pursuit of sustainability, there are challenges and complications that arise from the political, economic, and social factors. Our efforts to navigate through such difficulties in promoting the resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development is guided by our overarching pentagonal strategies within a framework of the Ministry of Environment core pillar of green and sustainable under circular strategy on environment. Cambodia has launched national campaigns to distribution and plant at least 1 million new trees simply every year as a part of the ministry large-scale reforestation and public engagement campaign to restore the degradation ecosystem. Our ambitions NDC 3.0 under Paris Agreement aim at reduce greenhouse gas emission by 54% by 2035. This commitment will foster a low-carbon, climate-resilient future in energies, industries, agriculture, waste, forests, and land use. Also, we have turned more parts of our protected area into the community-based ecotourism destination and carbon reserve. This effort demonstrates Cambodia's commitment to inclusive, climate resilient development. At the international levels, Cambodia has been active actors and supporters of climate and sustainability initiatives. We underscore the importance of knowledge sharing, technology transfers, access climate finance for the most vulnerable countries, multi-stakeholders partnership, and strengthening collaboration for the collaborative sustainable actions. This forum is a very important platform for the states in Asia and Pacific to prepare for the next session of the United Nations Environment Assembly in 2025 for collective regional perspective and action for the UN-7. I believe that access to finance and technologies is amongst the essential components, and we should be our focus to advance our sustainable solution. Mr. Chair, Cambodia reaffirms its commitment to advancing sustainable development, and we stand ready to work closely with our Asia-Pacific partners to protect our planet, safeguard our ecosystem, and ensure well-being of current and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cambodia. Just a reminder to remaining speakers, we have another 4 agendas to discuss and comment on, and plus 2 reports to adopt this evening, and plus 1 will be drafted after our deliberation. So I urge us to limit ourselves within our time limit at 3 minutes. Do time yourself. If not, we'll go over the time that is scheduled for us today, and nobody wants to be going through the night, especially when it's Friday evening. So I now, your speech can also be given to the Secretariat, who can post it, or will be part of the report too, online. I now offer the floor to China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I promise I will be short. Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegations, fellow delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my honor to share with, to start with congratulations to the elected officers, especially to Your Excellency, to chair this forum, very important one. And I'd like to also to express my gratitude to the government and the people of Fiji, as well as the Fijian Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and UNEP for the warm hospitality and extensive preparation for the forum. And China believes the global sustainable development is facing daunting challenges. As the world's most dynamic and promising region, the Asian Pacific shoulders a vital mission to promote global sustainable development in addition to doing our own job. China actively participates in global environmental and climate governance, advocates for the full and effective implementation of UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement and other MEAs by the international community as a whole, and stick to the principles of CBDR. And we strive to help, together with other developing countries, improving our shared capabilities to address climate change, among many other environmental challenges and crises. And we are also upholding the South-South cooperation principle and reached into 46 memorandum of understandings on South-South cooperation on climate change with 39 developing countries, and trained approximately 2,300 of environmental officials and technicians in the field of climate change from over 120 developing countries, and a lot of them are from our own region. And for this very important forum, as the COP15 presidency country, as well as a strong advocacy for global climate governance, we would love to share the following points. First of all, we need to build a new landscape for green development in the Asian Pacific, which I believe is crystal clear. One thing I want to emphasize is that this year marks the 20th anniversary of our Chinese President Xi Jinping pointed out the philosophy of green is gold. Actually, we also work with UNEP to work out a report. To our understanding, development and conservation are two sides of the same coin. They are not contradicting. So we need to stick to that philosophy, and I'm confident that our region can do the job. The second one is that we need to build a deepened regional partnership for sustainable development. And I will skip this part because I covered most of the points in my previous interventions. Thirdly, but not the least, we would love to call upon as a region for increased financial and technical support to not only the developing countries in the world, in the region, but also to the whole world, because that's the cornerstone of international cooperation for environment and development, as we said 50 years ago, and it shall remain the cornerstone for the future. And China always has been a determined supporter and active contributor to the sustainable development, and we are more than determined to continue working with all. Thank you. I'm sorry, 4 seconds more.
Thank you, thank you. I now offer the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to again congratulate and express our sincere appreciation to the government of Fiji for organizing this sixth session of the forum here in the beautiful city of Nadi. India is pleased to join this vital forum ahead of the UNIA 7. We align with the priorities and support the collective ambition in addressing the issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We reaffirm our commitment to a sustainable, climate-resilient future rooted in climate justice, equity, and inclusive growth. We reiterate that integrated approaches must respect national priorities and capabilities, foster just transitions, and align with development aspirations while contributing to global climate goals. India has reached a major milestone in our energy transition by achieving the NDC goal of 50% of our installed electric power capacity from non-fossil fuels sources 5 years ahead of the committed timeline of 2030. Further, we have created an estimated 2.29 billion tons of additional carbon sink as against our commitment of around 2.5 to 3 billion tons by 2030 through additional forest and tree cover. India's carbon credit trading scheme and the Green Credit Program, aligned with Mission Life, are building innovative market frameworks to mobilize citizen and private sector action. Through the National Green Hydrogen Mission, we are targeting significant increase in green hydrogen by 2030. On climate action, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. But adaptation and resilience must receive equal emphasis. The new collective quantified goal on climate finance must be ambitious, primarily grant-based and responsive to developing countries. For biodiversity and ecosystem resilience, India is fully committed and supports the KMGBF and stresses that the success will depend on predictable finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Indigenous people and local communities must remain at the heart of biodiversity governance as custodians of traditional knowledge. India is committed to a transitioning towards a circular economy. We support the negotiations of an ambitious, legally binding global plastics treaty under UNIA, while ensuring flexibility for national circumstances and recognizing the contribution of the informal sector in waste management. We also stress the urgent need for a safe and sustainable chemicals management to protect both human life and ecosystems. India is also driving the Mission Life, a mass movement aimed at promoting sustainable lifestyles through behavioral change for sustainable consumption and resource use. We believe that a truly resilient planet must be built on the foundations of equity, justice, and solidarity. The environmental crisis that we face today is deeply linked to unsustainable consumption and production patterns. As recognized in the Rio Principles and the Paris Agreement, global action must therefore be guided by the equity and principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. But the ambition must be matched with means. We call for scaled-up, predictable, and climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building to support adaptation and just transitions in developing countries. We believe that this forum plays a critical role in steering global dialogue, fostering partnerships, and promoting action that is inclusive, just, and equitable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to Japan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Fiji for hosting this forum and also warm hospitality. And triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution poses serious challenges to humanity. I would like to stress the importance of our enhanced action to achieve global goals, including SDG, the Paris Agreement, and Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The Asia-Pacific region is home to nearly 60% of the world's population, accounts for approximately 50% of GHG emission, and is a hot spot of unique and rich biodiversity. So it is imperative that we are in the Asia-Pacific region take the lead in addressing global environmental issues and achieving the SDGs. To this end, it becomes more important than ever that countries of the Asia-Pacific region unite and work together based on multilateralism. One recognized solution is to maximize synergies between policies, and this is essential for tackling multiple challenges. From this perspective, a resolution on promoting synergies at UNEA6 was adopted with support from Fiji and many other countries. Japan strongly welcomes that the importance of synergy is clearly stated that in the current draft ministerial declaration, and Japan will submit a follow-up resolution on promoting synergies at UNEA7. We hope that member states will affirm the importance of synergies and agree at UNEA7 to promote solutions on the ground. Another important area of work is the circular economy. In March this year, the Jaipur Declaration on 3R and Circular Economy was adopted at the third 3R and Circular Economy Forum in India. This marks a significant step forward with Asia and Pacific countries' commitment towards realizing circular societies to achieve the SDGs and carbon neutrality. Finally, I would like to add a few words about the recent INC 5.2. We could not reach an agreement at INC 5.2 in Geneva. It was disappointing. We need to increase the momentum to reach an agreement at the next round of negotiation. UNEA 7 would be an important milestone to build the next step. So we consider that the upcoming UNEA 7 Ministerial Declaration is the best place to reaffirm that the next negotiation will reach an agreement. Minaka Bakarev, thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to Lao, the People's Democratic Republic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Mr. Chair, Excellency Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of the Lao PDR, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the government of Fiji for hosting this important and UNEP for the opportunity to be here. It is my great honor to address at this ministerial segment for the first time as Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment recently merged. This marks a transformative step for Lao PDR, one that reflects our commitment to integrated cross-sectoral governance for sustainability. Lao PDR recognizes that our prosperity, our food security, and the well-being of our people are inextricably linked to a resilient environment. In this spirit, Lao PDR have committed to a path of sustainable and green goal and have made forest protection a top national priority. Our policies are designed to increase forest cover, which is essential for preserving our rich biodiversity, regulating water cycle, and acting as a natural carbon sink. Lao PDR have recently revised our legal frameworks, including the law on environment protection, and endorsed the carbon credit to provide a more robust and comprehensive foundation for sustainable development. To continue advancing sustainable solutions, Lao PDR committed to the following concrete action at the national level. Lao PDR is actively moving away from a linear economic model. We are developing new strategies to address solid waste and reduce plastic pollution. This includes National Plastic and Action Plan 2020-2030 and SCP Strategy 2023-2025 and Vision 2030, promoting the TRs and exploring viable waste to energy and waste to value initiatives, and integrating climate resilient design into our new infrastructure projects. This is crucial for protecting our communities and economic access from the increasing threats to floods, droughts, and other extreme weather events. In conclusion, Laos is committed to a green and sustainable future. We also call for enhanced investment in green financing and climate-smart agriculture to accelerate our transition towards sustainability. Laos believes that by working together, sharing our experiences, supporting each other, and with the continued support from the UNEP, international organization, development partners, and countries in Asia and Pacific, we can achieve our shared goals and for a resilient panel. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I also wish to thank the government of Fiji and UNEP for convening this forum to advance environmental cooperation across the Asia Pacific. Since Korea convened fourth forum 4 years ago, we have achieved a lot, but we need to do more to deal with this pressing planetary crisis, and Korea is not an exception. First of all, I'd like to share Korea's climate policies. In light of the recent advisory opinion of ICJ this year, and Korea's constitutional court ruling last year, Korea is now preparing an ambitious science-based 2035 NDC. Technical groups have developed several scenarios, and interagency consultation are ongoing, and public deliberation will start soon. Stakeholder discussion will lead to a final proposal for UN submission this year. The current administration is strongly committed to renewable energy and net zero and carbon neutrality. Korea is expanding solar, wind power and build a strong grid. We call it energy highway. And for the demand side, Korea incentivizes renewable energy use through RE100 industrial clusters. And also Korea continues to support green transition abroad, especially in Asia Pacific region, through Green ODA and through GCF, GGGI, and of course, UNEP. Second, biodiversity. The Republic of Korea has established the 5th National Biodiversity Strategy to achieve the goals of Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, KMGBF, and is faithfully implementing it. Korea has already achieved 84% of its 2024 plan, which was made possible through the process of transparently disclosing information on the formulation and implementation of the plans to the public. Korea hosted our Ocean Conference last year and pledged to host 4th session of United Nations Oceans Conference in 2028. It will be an excellent opportunity to further make progress to conserve marine biodiversity, tackle climate crisis, and ocean plastic pollution. Third, pollution. Republic of Korea appreciates the successful establishment in June of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Chemical Waste and Pollution. And we urge swift operationalization of the ISP, CWP. Korea is doing a lot of the scientific and systematic management system for hazardous chemicals, taking into account their hazards, accident prevention and response and exposure to humans and the environment. And we also would like to expand its support on capacity development and tailor support for the developing countries. Last but not the least, waste issues. As the host country of INC5 last year in Busan, it is also disappointing news that we couldn't reach an agreement both in Busan and in Geneva. I echo Japan to utilize UNEA 7 to recommit ourselves to continue the work for plastic today. The world today is encircled by waste pollution, with, according to UNEP's Global Waste Outlook, municipal solid waste is projected to increase from 2.3 billion tons in 2023 to roughly 1.8 times that amount by 2050. This underscores the gravity and urgency of the issues. International community long discussed waste issues, but call for action for waste pollution because the impacts of the unsound waste management across borders, as you can see in plastic islands in the Pacific. International cooperation is indispensable. As conditions for waste management differ by country, waste composition varies as to levels of the infrastructure. One size doesn't fit all. We need optimal and tailored solutions based on each country's own national circumstances. We have submitted a draft resolution that enhances international environmental cooperation for country-specific strategies to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. I cordially ask your attention and welcome any suggestion for the draft resolution. Before I end my intervention, I'd like to thank Fiji government offering traditional welcoming ceremony this morning. It was really unique experience, lingers our memory, feeling the heartwarming welcome from the people of Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let me kindly remind the speakers, the stopwatch will be on the wall. So whoever is speaking and whoever member of the delegation sitting beside can remind the speaker on when to start to round up. I now give the floor to Singapore.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, it's an honor to be here. Our thanks to Fiji for the warm welcome and the excellent arrangements. We must press on with our collective efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. Backsliding is not an option. We have experienced more frequent and intense floods, heat waves, food disruptions, and coastal inundation. We cannot muddle through these existential geopolitical and geo-environmental challenges. Instead, we must absorb them, transform them, and emerge with deeper purpose and sharper resolve to successfully advance sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. Singapore is fully committed to this effort because the triple planetary crisis requires everyone, big and small, to do their part, and because our vulnerabilities as an alternative energy disadvantaged city-state requires us to adapt instead of succumb. And we have committed ourselves through the Singapore Green Plan 2030 to make difficult trade-offs, channel resources from competing needs as necessary, and working with others for win-win solutions. The Singapore Green Plan is a whole-of-nation roadmap to transform how we live, work, and pursue economic growth to realize a low-carbon and climate-resilient future. The plan includes targets over 10 years and strengthens Singapore's commitments to the Paris Agreement and the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. In doing so, we are contributing to global efforts to address the triple planetary crisis. The plan consists of 5 pillars, namely city and nature to enhance biodiversity, energy reset to tackle decarbonization, sustainable living that addresses waste management and resource conservation, green economy for carbon services, R&D, and green jobs. Finally, resilient future which focuses on sea level rise, food security, and heat resilience. Since launching the plan, Singapore has made headway on targets and initiatives and continue to push the envelope. We were one of the first countries to submit our 2035 nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC, which puts us on a linear trajectory from 2030 to reach net zero by 2050. There's an existing economy-wide carbon price of 25 Singapore dollars per tonne, which will be raised to 45 next year and potentially reach 50 to 80 Singapore dollars by 2030. Our architecture for trading high-quality, high-integrity carbon credits compliant with Article 6 is taking shape, and others. Advancing sustainable solution for a resilient planet also involves unity through we instead of me partnerships and cooperation, as well as helping ensure nobody is left behind. We have launched initiatives that contribute to the development of small island developing countries, including from the Asia-Pacific region. These include SITS for Change, the Singapore Pacific Resilience and Knowledge Sharing Program, the Forum of Small States for Good package, and the Sustainability Action Package. Approximately 160,000 officials from 180 countries, territories, and international organizations have also benefited from the Singapore Cooperation Program that was launched in 1992. We are committed to multilateral rules-based approaches. We will continue to participate actively at the UNFCCC, the CBD, and the INC Plastics, as well as the various other multilateral environmental agreements. Singapore reiterates our support for this forum, which had the pleasure of hosting in 2019. It remains more relevant than ever to bring together Asia-Pacific region countries to exchange views and formulate joint positions ahead of the UNEP Assembly. We look forward to a successful assembly in December. Thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Fiji government and its people for the hospitality and leadership for this wonderful forum. I would like to mention that the theme is important and rightly identified. Bangladesh wants to stress that advancing sustainable solution is essential to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. As one of the most climate vulnerable countries, Bangladesh actually wants to see that equal level of weightage has been given to both National Adaptation Plan and also NDC. Sometimes NDC is giving much more weight, but National Adaptation Plan lost its priority. So we urge for that. And also developing and small island countries, many countries have prepared their NAP and NDC, but unable to implement fully due to the finance gap. So international support for finance, technology, and capacity building to enable these states to implement their transformative and resilient solution is essential. Bangladesh also likes to add that biodiversity, loss of biodiversity, and restoration of the biodiversity should be central in the dialogue because different country has different unique position. Bangladesh is a small country, but having 175 million of population. On top of that, we are bearing the load of more than 1 million Rohingya. To give them shelter, we have to clear and cut more than 8,000 hectares of our reserve forest. So this unique situation should be taken into consideration. And also circular economy and waste management, including plastic waste, is a crucial, should be in the dialogue and place as an instrumental solution. Bangladesh reaffirms its commitment to inclusive and just environmental governance and stands ready to work with regional partners and bilateral partners to accelerate sustainable development for a resilient Asia-Pacific. Thank you.
And now last speaker for this agenda 8, I give the floor to Fiji.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends of the Blue Pacific and Asia, Fiji has just two very structured interventions regarding how we can move and interconnect law, science, finance, and people's rights to be more clear than ever. The first is reiterated by the Honorable Minister for Vanuatu and Tuvalu on the law that now clarifies our duty to act. I believe that the recognition of the ICJ that on the legal duties that we have to prevent climate harm, cooperate, and protect must be reflected, as well as the obligations that extend across existing treaties and require regulation of private sectors where necessary. Fiji is of the view that this opinion strengthens the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and also sharpens our accountability for action. The second point, Chair, is regarding delivering UNEA 514 mandate, which is to finalize a high ambition plastics treaty. Our resolution gives us a very clear mandate, which is to negotiate in good faith a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution across the full life cycle. After the resumed fifth session in Geneva, which adjourned without consensus, our region must help bring the process to a landing. And this must happen rapidly. So Fiji urges that a time-bound pathway to INC 5.3 or a streamlined single negotiating text that retains the full life cycle controls, as well as the 2026 diplomatic conference to adopt the instrument, must be adhered to realize the Resolution 514 mandate. The treaty also must include upstream measures on primary plastic polymer production and chemicals of concern, design standards that eliminate avoidable and problematic plastics, and a robust extended producer responsibility that recognizes reuse systems. We also call for transparency across value chain and compliance and reporting, and allow for a just transition for our workers and communities that are involved in this industry. With that, Fiji stands ready to work with the Asia-Pacific partners to convert principles into permissible plans, into projects and pledges, into actionable outcomes to improve our lives and address the triple planetary crisis. Vinaka Vakalevu.
Thank you. This concludes our dialogue for agenda item 8, and we'll now proceed to agenda item 9. Agenda item 9 is the multi-stakeholders dialogue partnership to promote sustainable solution in Asia and the Pacific, challenges and opportunities. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is called to order. We now take up item 9, as I've already alluded to. Kindly refer to information note UNEP/APN Forum 6/INF/3. This dialogue brings together governments, United Nations entities, civil society, academia, the private sector to collaborate on our shared goals under the SDGs and other environmental commitments. We will explore how partnership can unlock finance, technology, and capacity building at national, sub-regional, and regional levels. We will also reflect on coordination challenges and how to bridge knowledge and resource gaps, including for small development states. May I invite our panel members to the head table and ask the Secretariat to introduce each of them. Given the Secretariat is busy trying to organize it, I will now introduce our panelists or keynote speakers. From the IPCC, the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, Honorable Ratio Ridho Sani, Deputy Minister, Minister of Environment of Indonesia, Dr. Dindo Kempilan of IUCN, Mr. Dick Wagner, the UN Resident Coordinator based in Fiji, and Ms. Hannah Helsingen, Director for WWF Pacific. Mr. Sanjmin Nem, Director for UN ESCAP, and Mr. Ajay Jha, Regional Facilitator, Major Group, and Stakeholders for Asia Pacific. Pauline? Without further ado, I now invite Dr. Shan, IPCC Vice Chair, to deliver the keynote address.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you first for the invitation to deliver the keynote address at this ministerial dialogue on partnership to promote sustainable solutions in Asia and the Pacific. It is a pleasure to be with you today to share the IPCC perspective on how we can advance sustainable solutions in the Asia-Pacific region and the critical role of partnership in achieving meaningful climate action. In 2022, the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change revealed that the planet had already warmed by 1.1 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era, with human activities responsible for over 1 degrees of that warming. The WMO State of Climate Report for 2024 delivered a stark message for us that 2024 was the warmest year in 175 years of instrumental observation, and likely the first calendar year to be more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial era, with a global mean near surface temperature of 1.55, above the 1850-1900 average. This does not imply that the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming level mentioned in the Paris Agreement long-term temperature goal has been breached. Ladies and gentlemen, with every additional warming, the climate impact are intensifying globally, with Asia Pacific among the most impacted and facing significant risk. The region faces increasing risk from sea level rise, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and water stress. The WMO State of Climate in Asia 2024 report confirmed that last year, Asia and the Pacific were hit hard by climate extremes. Typhoon Yag caused destruction across 6 countries. Historic flood in Central Asia displaced over 118,000 people, and deadly landslide in India and Nepal, along with severe drought in China, underscored the region's vulnerability and the urgent need for climate resilience. It is heartbreaking that I had to add to this list the most recent flash flood in India and Pakistan, which claimed the life of 280 people, with many still missing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the GHG emissions are still rising, and we are not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The latest UNEP emission gap report, which is based on the method used in the IPCC 6th assessment report, combined with updated information, show that even if all the current national determined contribution and net zero pledge were to be met in full, warming would at best be just below 2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Our chances of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees are increasingly becoming slim. Despite progress in climate policies and the growth of renewable energy, the world is not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, with greenhouse gases emission at record high. However, science is also clear. We have solution. In the IPCC framing, sustainable solutions are those that simultaneously reduce greenhouse gas emission or enhance resilience, while also contributing to sustainable development. These solutions are designed to be viable over the long term, socially, economically, and environmentally, and to avoid harmful trade-off. The aim to advance multiple goals such as improved health, energy access, food security, and equity. The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that sustainable solutions already exist across sectors, from energy transition to climate-smart agriculture and nature-based solutions. We have solutions for a world where transport is no longer polluting. Our cities are green, and we have transitioned away from fossil fuel. We have shown that carbon pricing, regulation, and other intervention have already resulted in gigatons of avoided emission. More can be achieved if policies and measures are scaled up and deployed more widely. Furthermore, we have shown that climate action can contribute to other development goals, such as improving air quality and human health. Many of these are now more affordable and scalable than ever. Yet, unlocking their full potential requires systemic change, guided by science and driven by cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the importance of partnership. The AR6, the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, emphasizes that inclusive, cross-sectoral, and multi-level partnerships are crucial for designing and implementing effective climate responses. This partnership creates space for integrating local knowledge with scientific expertise, aligning national development goals with global climate objectives, and mobilizing resources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during this week in Fiji, I have witnessed a lot of regional climate initiatives, city-level innovation, and community-led adaptation strategies in the Asia and Pacific region. Allow me to also submit my appreciation to the discussion that I've had with the children of this land, Bindia Lashni, the wetland ecology expert who shared and is doing tremendous work to upscale the sustainable solution using the local knowledge in protecting the environment. Looking forward ahead, the IPCC is currently 24 months into the 7th assessment cycle. I take this opportunity to provide you with a quick update where we stand with focus on the sustainable solution. The outline for the 7th assessment report have been approved by the panel earlier this and reflect the IPCC ambition to address major climate challenges and knowledge gaps, with greater emphasis on impact, adaptation, finance, attribution, overshoot, and the role of climate action in sustainable development. We have a chapter. We have a chapter on response to loss and damages, and also a chapter on finance and a chapter on climate information services. Furthermore, equity, justice, just transition, attribution, extreme event, and early warning system are also very much covered in the outline. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our strategic approach for the 7th assessment cycle focuses on 3 major aspects, which is inclusivity, interdisciplinarity, and policy relevant of our product. The IPCC will continue to provide science-based sustainable solutions which are essential to limit global warming, build resilience, and achieve sustainable development goals. Let us move forward with urgency and unity, guided by science and strengthened by partnership and collaboration. Remember, the resolution of this global crisis is in your hands. Action taken today will shape the legacy we leave behind to our children and grandchildren, and for the billion of people who deserve a livable planet. Thank you very much. Asante sana, Vinaka Vakalevu.
We'll proceed to other panel interventions, and my reminder panelists that we have 4 minutes to speak. So I hope we keep it within that 4 minutes. I will now invite IUCN to make the intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please go there.
Oh, please okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in my capacity as Hub Director for Asia and Oceania, I'd like to start by thanking the government of Fiji, not only for hosting this forum, but hosting our regional office for Oceania and Suva, and for co-championing with us the future for a more sustainable and nature-positive world. In the session on partnerships, I just realized this region doesn't have a shortage of partnerships. There are shining examples of what we're already doing. I think the challenge is how do we bring them to scale, and how do we make sure that it reaches in the different corners of the region. As an international organization, which is in this panel, we do have two very important roles. One is our convening role, bringing governments and different stakeholders together. In IUCN's case, we have that unique role because our constituency are not just our state members, which are also members of UNEP, but also other sectors, including from civil society and non-state actors. Like the other international organization, we also have a role of serving our state members, in our case, our statutory commissions. And it's good to see around the room that basically IUCN statutory countries and state members are approximating UNEP and other UN members here. Now, going into examples of these partnerships that we hope as IUCN we can encourage this body to consider. First, listening since Monday, of course, as IUCN, we were pleased to hear keywords repeatedly being mentioned. Nature, biodiversity, nature-based solutions. I mean, those are exactly what we as IUCN would like to promote and support. So giving specific examples of partnerships with these countries and with IUCN, maybe I'd like to start with BBNJ, the High Seas Treaty, because as we speak, the PrepCom meeting is taking place in New York. Yesterday, we launched the High Ambition Coalition for the High Seas Treaty, which involved at least initially 60+ countries, IUCN as the secretariat for the High Seas Treaty. Many of your countries have already joined the High Ambition Coalition. Remember, there are 53 countries yet which ratified. We lack 7 more, and we're hoping with UNGA next month we will reach 60 for BBNJ to basically enter into force. We have also a global technical facility which is going to support countries in the implementation of BBNJ, and many of you here have already ratified, and we do hope that by September we'll have more. Going into NBS, which obviously is one of the areas in UNEA which IUCN has helped put together from the resolution which defined it and are supporting individual countries. Next month, or in October, during the World Conservation Congress, we're going to be launching 2.0 version, which will help you in promoting high integrity, impactful NBS. Other examples that we have, and I'm really glad the Honorable Minister of Maldives is here, would be on the Global Biodiversity Framework. We have a 17-country platform in Asia Pacific called the Asia Protected Areas Partnership, co-chaired by countries started with Japan and Korea. India was the co-chair when when GBIF was adopted, and now I'm co-chair with the Minister of Maldives until the end of the year. Also reminding us 2026 is going to be important. The COPs of the 3 Rio Conventions are going to be in our neighborhood, and we have committed to Mongolia to support them specifically for the UNCCD. I mean, this and many more examples of the partnerships that exist and IUCN's role to enable countries to lead, but also to come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call on the next panelist, Mr. Dirk Wagner, UN Resident Coordinator.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates and participants, it's my pleasure to join this dialogue on partnerships to promote sustainable solutions in Asia and the Pacific. At its core lies a truth we can't overlook. Sustainable development goals cannot be achieved by any single government, institution, community, or stakeholder. The Pacific demonstrates both the scale and the challenge, as well as the promise of collaboration. With 90% of the population in the Pacific living within 5 kilometers of the coast and half of the critical infrastructure located within just 500 meters of the shore, the threat of sea level rise is immediate and it is existential. A single tropical cyclone can erase decades of progress, wiping out up to 50% of GDP at a time. In Vanuatu, the UN, together with the government support, has helped shape community-driven recovery strategies after successive cyclones in partnership with local institutions and organizations. In Tuvalu, partnerships with the government, development partners, and the MDBs are advancing a landmark land reclamation initiative, creating new climate-resilient land that will expand safe living space and protect communities against rising seas. Partnerships with the Pacific Island Forum and its crop agencies, such as SPC or SPREP, are aligning global goals with local priorities here in the Pacific. In June, at the 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, France, Pacific Island nations advanced global leadership once more by initiating the world's largest Melanesian ocean reserve, an area larger than the Amazon rainforest. There are many more examples of successful partnerships I could quote here, also using blended finance and working with the private sector. All of that is a powerful reminder of what is possible when diverse actors work together. Asia presents a different but equally pressing frontier. Home to 60% of the global population, more than half of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and most of the world's polluted cities, Asia faces enormous environmental challenges. Yet partnerships are transforming possibilities into realities. The region now drives half of the global renewable energy growth, while biodiversity protection advances under the Kunming-Montreal framework. Circular economy models are taking hold, and smart urban planning are beginning to curb pollution and waste. When linked to long-term visions such as the ASEAN Vision 2024 and the Pacific 2050 strategy, regional platforms can and do enable integrated solutions. Distinguished delegates, let's build on the momentum of the International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion of July 2025, which affirmed the obligation of states to safeguard the climate system for present and future generations. It strengthens accountability and amplifies the Pacific moral voice, especially the voices of youth who have long demanded justice. The complexity of our challenges requires multi-stakeholder partnerships that bridge knowledge, capacity, data, resource gaps, and that respond to the common as well as diverse and also differentiated needs and responsibilities of communities, member states, and regions. The framework guiding our dialogue is clear. Multi-stakeholder partnerships are essential to accelerate SDG progress, to strengthen resilience, and to move to integrated strategic responses that can be scaled. Partnerships are the very engine that carries solutions from policy to practice, from pilots to scale, and from isolated successes to systemic transformation. That's why UN agencies, funds, and programs work as one UN at country level, and in the Pacific, one team to support countries and regions in close collaboration with national, regional, and global partners. Vinaka Vakalevo.
I now give the floor to the Director for WWF Pacific, Ms. Hannah.
Chair, distinguished excellencies, government representatives, colleagues and friends, all protocols observed, Nisa Bulavinaka, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts and to represent WWF at this important gathering. Today we talk about partnerships built on trust, shared purpose, and a commitment to a future of the Asia-Pacific region. Here in the Pacific Ocean, the world's largest and one incredibly rich in biodiversity, we face immediate threats of climate change along with other external shocks. It constantly reminds us that being remote does not mean being disconnected. WWF is a global local organization. We are connected to the many WWF offices in over 100 countries, while our Pacific team of Papua New Guineans, Solomon Islanders, and Fijians come to work every day to deliver on our locally led conservation model focused on climate resilience, thriving biodiversity, elevating nature in settings like this one, and transitioning food systems, one of the biggest challenges to biodiversity and climate change. WWF's vision is of a future where people live in harmony with nature. The key word here is harmony, and something we all must remember. Contributing to this vision, let me share a solution the WWF is now working on with partners, some of you in this very room, to realize: protecting blue corridors. Blue corridors are migration superhighways for marine megafauna like whales and turtles, and link ecologically interconnected areas essential for their survival and ours. They can be global or regional areas where these species breed, feed, socialize, and migrate. In 2022, WWF, through a multi-stakeholder approach and with over 50 global research institutions, synthesized more than 30 years of satellite tracking data to map whale migration routes across the globe. The results identified where migratory routes and critical habitats intersect with threats, such as ship strikes, fishing gear entanglement, pollution, and climate change. And we are now doing the same for other species such as turtles. Along their migratory routes and in their habitats, whales fertilize ecosystems, supporting all marine life and boosting the world's largest carbon sink. The ocean is our greatest partner in the fight against climate change, and let us not risk that health of this important partner, and in turn all the people that depend on it, by putting in place a moratorium on deep seabed mining as a matter of precaution, finalize a meaningful treaty to end plastic pollution, and protect blue corridors, realizing 30 by 30. Central to protecting blue corridors is a multi-stakeholder approach, including the most vulnerables, whose voices and knowledge must shape every step of this journey. Protecting blue corridors across the globe can be a real solution to deliver on the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and to protect and conserve at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. Looking ahead, just as this meeting is being held for the first time in the Pacific, WWF would like to see COP31 held in Australia in partnership with the Pacific Island countries. A Pacific COP is an opportunity to fully bring oceans into the climate agenda and to spotlight the many challenges and solutions that this region holds. WWF stands ready to collaborate with partners and governments in the region in an inclusive and equitable way to deliver on what we all know we must. We've heard the why repeated many times. We know what we must do. Let's channel our precious time and resources into actually doing what is needed and scale solutions at a rate almost imaginable to us humans. Let me end with something that occupies my mind more than anything these days: hope. In these challenging times, we need hope more than anything, and we need to remain hopeful, especially for the younger generation, including the one that's been reminding me of that during this entire meeting that I'm carrying here. Hope is what allows us to live without giving hope up. Hope is what allows us to imagine new solutions, amplify what's working, and have the energy to build a future in which people live in harmony with nature. As we like to say at WWF, together possible, and let me end by thanking the government of Fiji for hosting this event and for the opportunity for WWF to participate. Vinaka Valevu.
Thank you very much for that insight, that intervention, WWF. I now offer the floor to UN ESCAP.
Thank you, Excellencies. Distinguished delegate, it is my great honor to speak on behalf of UN ESCAP in this important forum. Before speaking, sharing my own thoughts, I would like to highlight 2 points. One point from UNEA 7 President, when he spoke 4 points that should be highlighted during the forthcoming UNEA 7. He was highlighting inclusive partnership. So this session is about, this agenda item is about partnership. And just now, our vice chair of IPCC, he highlighted that solutions exist, but the issue is how to scale up. So we are not trying to create new solutions. Certainly, we do need many solutions, new solutions, but how to collaborate to quickly scale up and speed up the solutions to address the immense challenges we face. This is a key priority for us. And when it comes to partnership for solutions, before really looking at solutions, we also need a stronger partnership to identify, to shape the level of ambition and the direction and pathways. Now, this year, we are celebrating 10th anniversary of Paris Agreement. But when it was adopted in 2015, how many of you imagined that most of the countries would adopt net zero target? Among those countries sitting here, we have more than 90%. Only 2-3 countries haven't announced their net zero target yet. So this is the progress we have seen despite increasing temperature. And the level of renewable energy development when it comes to solar power, so actual electricity generation last year was 3 times more than the projected electricity generation, the projected by International Energy Agency. Look at the projection on China's renewable energy development 10 years back. So we have seen rapid application of very diverse solutions. And then now the solutions, not only for technology, but policies, economic instruments, and various enablers that we also need to focus on, not only technology, but policy options. In that regard, I would like to highlight a few points. So drawing from your intervention, air pollution, you agreed regional action program on air pollution 2 years back. So we have a wrap-up, negotiated and adopted by your government. And this enabled UNEA resolution on air pollution. And here, our member state also adopted an ocean-based climate action initiative last year. So this is a new instrument that you can utilize. And many of you spoke about nature-based solution, mangrove. But our 90% of our NDCs highlight the MBS as a key tool to achieve your NDC goal and to achieve your net zero. But we don't have a comprehensive regional partnership on MBS. So this is the one we need to jointly work on to develop. So with that, I would like to call on your cooperation for further scaling up our regional partnership. Thank you very much for attention.
I now offer the floor to Mr. Ajay, the Regional Facilitator, Major Groups and Stakeholders, Asia Pacific.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, I represent Asia Pacific Regional CSO's Engagement Mechanism, APRSM, and therefore I would approach this question of partnership through the perspective of civil society organization. Asia Pacific Regional CSO's Engagement Mechanism is a regional platform of more than 600 organizations, which has 23 constituencies. We work very closely with ISCAP and ECOSOC and UNEP at regional level and global level. I think it's a very good example of how you can have sustainable multi-stakeholder partnerships. We were the first regional platform which inspired regional platforms in Africa and Latin America. And more than 600 of our members are engaged in advancing sustainable solutions on climate change, on water, on disaster, on access to energy in more than 30 countries. We work with the government in strengthening institutions, facilitating implementation of the SDGs, including environmental SDGs, and also engaging in monitoring and review. There are challenges at the national level, including lack of resources, lack of enabling policy environment, and lack of respect for diverse views and even contrary views and perspectives. But now I will shift my gaze on partnership from the local level to global level, because we work with in global processes and global issues. And I think one of the challenges that we are facing in multi-stakeholder partnerships is that multi-stakeholder partnerships are being overwhelmed by multi-stakeholderism. Multi-stakeholderism, while it looks very benign at the face, but when you go, it's generally about enhancing role of civil society organizations, private sector, and academia in global governance. But when you go into details, it's more about providing undue access to private sector in national and global policy making. And we have seen that, whether you call it by the name of Global Redesign Initiative or Great Reset or Wall Street Consensus, it's more about giving more access and more role for private sector, big business, and corporations. We are not against corporations, but this access is being provided without any accountability. A very clear manifestation of that, is that in last 28 years, the private wealth has increased by 8 times more than how public wealth has increased. So what I mean to say that in last 28 years, while the world has become richer, countries and governments have become poorer. Public wealth is becoming very small as compared to the private wealth when you look at the total global wealth. Last but not the least, I think in partnerships, we also need to consider 2-3 things. I was a speaker in Leaders Dialogue in SDG Summit in 2023, and I saw that out of the 8,000 partnerships listed on the partnership portal, more than 90% were of the local and domestic nature. That means they were based on ease of doing partnership rather than addressing the needs of SDGs and environmental goals. And LICs have only 1/6 of the partnerships as compared to advanced economies. That means that these kind of partnerships were again increasing north-south divide rather than bridging it. I think we should be very careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow panelists, for all your insightful reflections, some very practical and pragmatic ideas you have shared with us. And I have a list here that I will read out to speak on this agenda and comment on the comments by the panelists. First up, I will call the Secretariat of the Basel and Rotterdam Stockholm Convention, Mr. Ralph Payet, Executive Secretary, to make his intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You caught me a bit by surprise because I had not prepared an intervention. I was not given a heads up.
All right, sorry for that. This is still on Agenda 9. And just to remind those that will be making interventions, that you have 2 to 3 minutes to make your contributions. And I hope we will be disciplined to the time limit that we've given you, given that the list of speakers still coming in who want to also contribute to agenda item 9. I now offer the floor to Japan. It seems that Japan too is not ready.
No. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
It's ready. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, thank you very much for providing an opportunity for us to intervene. Our Asia-Pacific region is made up of countries with diverse natural and social circumstances, and there is no one-fits-all solution. And it is more important that while sharing a common vision, we respect each other's different background, promote mutual learning and knowledge sharing, and accelerate our efforts. To this end, we believe that partnership with various stakeholders are essential. As mentioned in the previous agenda, it is also necessary for us to unite and maximize synergies in order to realize a sustainable Asia-Pacific region. Japan is working with UNEP, UNESCO, and ADB to develop a Asia-Pacific Synergy Report and bringing together experts from throughout the Asia-Pacific region, including Dr. Lindo Kampiram of IUCN. This report will serve as a guide for practitioners in government, the private sector, and the local communities in forming highly synergetic policies and projects. In addition, numerous thematic partnerships we have been developed and are actively working in Asia-Pacific region. For example, on climate change transparency with ASEAN, we support improvement of private sector's transparency through the partnership to strengthen transparency for co-innovation or PASTI. Regarding climate adaptation, the Asia-Pacific Adaptation Network, APAN, will hold the APAN Forum in Bangkok, Thailand in October in collaboration with UNEP, UNESCO, ADB, and others. There are more partnerships in the region, such as Regional 3R Forum, the Asia-Pacific Biodiversity Observation Network, the Asia-Pacific Clean Air Partnership, the Asia Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia, and Asia-Pacific Network for Global Change Research, APN. I would like to emphasize that these partnerships involve various stakeholders and making significant contribution to capacity development and cooperation to support addressing environmental issues in the Asia-Pacific region. We must further strengthen the existing partnership and horizontal connection, pursue synergic approaches, and accelerate our efforts towards a common vision for Asia-Pacific region. So I hope that the result of these various partnerships contribute to the creation of enhanced regional cooperation towards 2030 and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you for complying with the time. Now I give the floor to Bhutan to make the contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bhutan would like to commend the panel for their insightful perspectives. Bhutan's development philosophy, rooted in gross national happiness, is intrinsically linked to environmental sustainability. For us, effective multi-stakeholder partnerships are not merely beneficial, they are essential for our survival and for upholding our constitutional mandate to remain carbon neutral. In that spirit, we wish to highlight 3 non-negotiable pillars for true partnership. First, partnership must be built on the bedrock of equity and climate justice. We are in the Asia-Pacific are disproportionately bearing the brunt of a climate crisis we did not create. True partnership means acknowledging this disparity and ensuring the support is directed to the most vulnerable, not as charity, but as just obligation. Second, partnership must mean the accelerated transfer of technology. We possess the political will, but often lack access to affordable, cutting-edge green technologies. We need partners who will dismantle barriers to these technologies, enabling a leapfrog to sustainable pathways in energy, waste management, and climate-resilient agriculture. Third, partnership must focus on building our internal capacity. It is about teaching us to fish, not just giving us a fish. Investments must be made in our people, in local expertise, institutional strength, and community-based management to ensure solutions are sustainable, owned, and effective in the long term. To our partners in the private sector, we extend a heartfelt invitation. See our nations not as a high-risk environment or sources of cheap labor, but as a living laboratory for green transformative investment. Partner with us to co-create markets that are not only profitable, but also just and inclusive. Invest in our renewable energy potential, our sustainable forestry, and our commitment to a circular economy. Let us move beyond dialogue to actionable, equitable, and transformative collaboration. The time for rhetoric is over. The time for equitable, technology-driven, and capacity-building partnerships is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kiribati, and you have 2 to 3 minutes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and it is an honor to join you today for this important dialogue on partnership to promote sustainable solutions in Asia and the Pacific. Our region is at a crossroads facing profound challenges and converging crises. Climate change is intensifying disasters, biodiversity is under severe strain, and pollution continues to threaten health and livelihoods and unsustainable consumption, all of which threaten our development gains and the well-being of people now and into the future. Similarly, our population are young, our economy is dynamic, and our community is deeply resilient. This dual reality is both our greatest challenge and our greatest opportunity. The lesson is clear: SCID, SEED, and LDCs. Governments like Kiribati cannot meet these challenges alone. Sustainable solutions require strong, inclusive, and durable partnership. The state must provide enabling policies and governance. The private sector must mobilize innovation, technology, and green finance. Civil society, academia, and communities must ensure solutions are just, inclusive, and locally grounded. Development partners must continue to support with expertise and resources. Fortunately, Asia and the Pacific hold immense potential, a dynamic economy, rich natural resources, and vibrant communities ready to innovate and adapt. This is no government can solve these issues alone. Multi-stakeholders partnerships are not optional. They are essential. Government must set clear policies and provide enabling frameworks. The private sector must drive innovation and investment. Civil society and communities must ensure solutions are inclusive, just, and grounded in local realities. And development partners must help us bridge financing and technology gaps. In this regard, I see three opportunities below us. First, to scale up regional cooperation. Many of our environmental challenges, air pollution, marine plastics, climate impact, do not respect borders. We must strengthen transboundary action and knowledge sharing. Second, to mobilize green finance and technology. We need stronger mechanisms to direct capital towards sustainable infrastructure, renewable energy, and nature-based solutions. Partnerships with financial institutions and innovators are key. Third, to empower people. Communities, women, and youth are not only beneficiaries, they are problem solvers. By investing in education, capacity, and local partnerships, we multiply the impact of policies. Excellencies, the stakes could not be higher, but if we align our efforts, share our strength, and build genuine partnership, the Asia Pacific can lead the world in pioneering sustainable pathways. The task before us is a change, but it's also an opportunity. By deepening multi-stakeholders partnerships, the Asia Pacific can chart a pathway that is not only sustainable, but also equitable and resilient. And Kiribati stands ready to be fully involved and engaged in the process. Let us leave Nandi with a renewed commitment, not only to work together, but to deliver together. Thank you, Vinaka.
Thank you, Kiribati. Now I give the floor to Nepal.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this multi-stakeholder dialogue on partnerships to promote sustainable solutions in Asia and the Pacific. First of all, I take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Fiji and the UN environment for hosting such a grand forum. While the term sustainable solution is inspiring, the path of achieving them is equally challenging. By solutions, we envision a comprehensive and collaborative approach to addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution at a regional scale. The Asia-Pacific region, the most populous in the world, is characterized by vast geographic diversity, rich biological resources, and wide-ranging ethnic and cultural variants. Yet, our economic and societies are increasingly affected by the climate crisis. The Pacific Islands face the existential threat of sea level rise, while the snow-clad mountains contend with glacial melting, glacial lake outburst floods, landslides, and extreme floods. Despite the failure to reach consensus on the UN plastic treaty, our delegations urge the inclusion of high mountain plastic pollution, as microplastics have been found even on Mountain Everest, while managing such waste in extreme altitudes remains technically and financially challenging. Amid these challenges, there is a hope in unity and collective actions. Indigenous peoples, local communities, and women not only bear the brunt of climate impacts, but also hold time-tested solutions. This paradox compels us to recognize and amplify their contributions. Through traditional knowledge, skills, and customary practices, they have safeguarded biodiversity despite mounting pressures from both markets and climate change. An inclusive approach to climate, biodiversity, and environmental action is essential to ensuring effective and lasting solutions. International and regional cooperation must serve as the foundation for advancing these efforts. This forum is therefore of great importance, not only the bringing forward Asia-Pacific perspectives on the triple planetary crisis, but also in serving as a platform to consolidate the collective voice of our region's leadership in preparations for the 7th session of the UN Environment Assembly to be held this December in Nairobi. At the national level, we already have important instruments in place, including the National Adaptation Plan, the nationally determined contributions, and the ongoing National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. In this connection, Nepal is also preparing Living Sagarmatha, a strategic mountain framework that brings together fragmented efforts to a unified climate, biodiversity, environment strategy, and action plans. Moving forward, it is imperative that we strengthen our cooperations and build upon these initiatives to advance sustainable solutions for the people of Asia and the Pacific. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Minister. I now offer the floor to Fiji.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Fiji makes this very brief intervention, and I would like to submit in writing our full intervention. Fiji champions the principle of inclusive multilateralism. This dialogue on multi-stakeholder partnership is timely because for the Pacific, partnership is not just a procedure, but our primary mode of existence and survival. Our indigenous peoples and local communities are not mere stakeholders. They are the frontline stewards of biodiversity and the holders of traditional knowledge that is essential for building a resilient future. Their voices, along with those in our youths, women, and civil society, are critical for designing solutions that are not just effective, but also just equitable. The key challenge, as outlined in the forum's consultations and preparation, is bridging the capacity and resource gaps that prevent these essential partners from engaging meaningfully. We cannot afford for the exclusion to continue. To turn this challenge into an opportunity, Fiji proposes a renewed focus on empowering local actors. We must move beyond our consultation to co-design and co-implement. This means channeling climate and biodiversity finance directly to local communities and ensuring they have a seat at the decision-making table. Integrating traditional knowledge, we call for our formal mechanisms to integrate traditional ecological knowledge into UNEP scientific assessment and programmatic work, recognizing its co-equal status with Western science, guided by the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. Building a coalition for action, we must forge stronger alliances between governments, our regional organizations, civil society, and the private sector to accelerate the transition to a blue and green economy. I thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. India believes that multi-stakeholder partnerships are potential enablers for fulfilling international environmental commitments and actions. In fact, no single government, institution, or sector can alone address the scale and magnitude and complexity of towards environmental challenges. In fact, India has promoted and facilitated the formation of various coalitions and alliances to advance different climate and environmental actions. The International Solar Alliance is a global initiative which was launched by India along with France to promote solar energy as a sustainable solution for energy access and climate change. Headquartered in India, today the International Solar Alliance represents 120 signatories, including 102 fully ratified member countries, making it a vital global coalition in the renewable energy landscape. India also initiated the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, a platform that brings together multiple stakeholders to promote the resilience of infrastructure systems to climate change disaster risks. India also supports the IRIS, the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States initiative for SITS, which offers ready platforms to scale early warning and resilient infrastructure across Asia-Pacific's climate vulnerable geographies. India has launched the International Big Cat Alliance, the IPCA, in 2023 as a global platform to strengthen collaborative conservation efforts for the 7 big cat species. This alliance promotes coordinated strategies for species conservation, its protection, habitat conservation, capacity building, and knowledge exchange across countries and partners. IPCA is crucial in uniting big cat range countries and non-range countries interested in conservation, and scientific organizations and business groups willing to support the big cat conservation initiatives. We invite member states to join the alliance to boost the biodiversity conservation agenda and halt decline of the big cat populations. India had launched the Resource Efficiency Circular Economy Industry Coalition during our G20 presidency to promote industry-led coalition and standards. Bringing together varied stakeholders and partnerships help in pool resources, share expertise, and advance innovations, ensuring that solutions are more inclusive and scalable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Now I will offer the floor to Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Roby Halip, and I belong to the Kalanguya and Kankana indigenous peoples in the Cordillera in the Philippines. Partnership is indeed needed to address the current planetary crisis that we are facing, but it is important that it is anchored on the recognition and respect for human rights and leveraging on the leadership of indigenous peoples, communities, women and youth to lead and implement their own development aspirations grounded on sustainability and equity. On rights-based partnership and people-led solutions, the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples, an indigenous-led multi-stakeholder partnership, was established to ensure that projects related to the energy transition, including mining of critical minerals, respect indigenous peoples' rights, and also to generate support for indigenous peoples-led renewable energy initiatives. The Indigenous Peoples of Asia Solidarity Fund was also established to facilitate direct access to financing for indigenous peoples in the region. These are just some of the initiatives of indigenous peoples anchored to our indigenous knowledge systems to ensure that climate-related interventions directly support indigenous peoples' self-determined development and strengthen indigenous peoples, indigenous women, and indigenous youth's collective governance and decision-making to their land and resources. Solutions to be sustainable and just need to be people-centered, with the people not just being consulted, but in decision-making spaces and defining and implementing their own path to development. Climate financing must be directed towards support for indigenous peoples, women, youth, and community-led initiatives. But we cannot talk about sustainable solutions without us addressing systemic barriers and historical injustices. The recognition of the collective land rights of indigenous peoples, the shrinking civic space, and relentless reprisals, criminalization, and killings of indigenous peoples and environmental defenders, the challenges brought by this extractive and destructive development paradigm, and without holding to account those responsible for this planetary crisis. Sustainable solutions require systemic transformation. Climate justice demands accountability and resists injustice. Thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to the Children and Youth Major Group to make their intervention.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. My name is Susanna Mbalelololo from Fiji, and I am honored and privileged to be delivering this intervention on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. Children and youth are implementation partners, not bystanders. From youth-led ecosystem restoration to ecopreneurship and targeted support. To achieve systemic impact, we offer 4 partnership priorities. Firstly, institutionalize children and youth engagement. Institutionalize meaningful roles for children and youth, especially from SIDS, LDCs, indigenous peoples, and local communities across the region for design, implementation, monitoring, and review. Accessibility and resourcing must be built in, not added later. Secondly, finance that reaches the front lines. Direct public and private finance into capacity building and education for skills, decent green jobs, and circular economy enterprises, with decentralized reporting to verify that benefits reach those most affected. Thirdly, data that shapes decisions. Strengthen science policy interfaces in early warning systems, air quality, plastics monitoring, tracing and accountability, and source-to-sea management so evidence travels to local action. Fourthly, increase synergies in MEAs with priority to integrate indigenous, local, and traditional knowledge, meaningful youth engagement, and a systems approach that acknowledge triple planetary crisis. On climate, accelerated action can drive growth and deliver social benefits, yet current NDCs remain off track for 1.5 degrees Celsius that must be solved through rapid collaboration, emission cuts, and a just transition that includes the involvement of informal workers and youth. On the ocean, pollution, acidification, and overfishing must be resolved. We demand a strong stance on high-risk activities such as deep-sea mining and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, coupled with equitable access, promotion to ocean resources. On critical minerals and the energy and digital transition, we encourage member states to work with UNEP to explore market-based solutions and circular supply chains that raise efficiency, efficacy, and resilience while upholding human rights, FPIC, and environmental safeguards. Digitalization should accelerate a green and just transition for people in both the formal and informal economy. Finally, we reiterate our call for member states to support and co-sponsor the resolution on enhancing the impactful and meaningful participation of children and youth in environmental and climate action and governance. Vinakava Kalevu, thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to the Pacific Feminists Defending the Living Planet, Pacific Islands Feminists for Climate Justice.
Naka Chair, I begin with first recognizing the land on which this forum is held. In a way, where level, sawayake na abusa naua, na vimbulo na tauke naua. I pay my respects to the elders present and emerging, and extend my respect to the Vanua of Nandi. My name is Vivata Tawanga, and I'm here representing the Pacific Feminists Defending the Living Planet, Major Group, Endeavor for Equality. We acknowledge local ecologists working with indigenous and local citizens and using citizen science approaches with science, technology, and innovation in promoting the SDGs. They play a particular important role in achieving the SDGs related to human well-being, health, clean water and sanitation, climate change, clean energy, decent work, and responsible consumption and production. We reiterate that geoengineering is dangerous, in particular solar radiation modification, and there is a need for more input from independent critical scientists. We ask UNEA 7 to continue leadership to hold against dangerous proposals whenever they emerge. As civil society, we are building our social movements inside and beyond Pacific and Asia governments because of the urgency of this work. Women and young people are demonstrating leadership from the ICJ to PIFs to local communities where they negotiate with elders to restore and propose fossil fuel-free and renewable solutions. Meaningful partnership for us means in this time of polycrisis and climate emergency,
Pacific, and Asia to be clear on our positions on gender, human rights, climate, disaster risk reduction, resilience and response, biodiversity protection, and of the living planet. Climate justice is not charity, it is justice in the face of patriarchy, racism, colonialism, coloniality, heteronormative, and class oppression. As women, young people, and men of the Pacific and Asia, we need your commitment to restore health for ourselves, our children, and other living species and the planet. We are not surviving, we are fighting. Vinaka.
I will now give the panelists a minute each if they want to give other reflections or contribution to what they've heard from the floor or to add any other thing from their previous submission. I will start with the resident coordinator of the UN, Doug Wagner, to come first up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to provide some reflections at the end of this very interesting dialogue, I must say. And I would like to start by saying the path is clear, the frameworks are in hand, and the partnerships are imperative. And we've heard already today what is needed for a partnership. What is needed is hope, trust, also accountability, but I'd like to add maybe another one to the list, and that's courage. That's courage to ask the difficult questions. It's courage on the political front, but also on the environmental front. We are committed to partnership that brings value. As trusted convener, we can offer impartial platform to bring actors together, but we also have to have the courage to ask some of the difficult questions. Many of the solutions we are discussing here today are already existing. We are not only looking for new solutions. And I think the negotiations on the plastics treaty are a point in case. They are solutions for tackling plastic pollution, and those solutions are not just waste solutions, they must also include production. So I think we need to be all encouraged before we step out here to have the courage to ask those difficult questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. The SDG platform partnership that I was talking about, I just noticed that that time that there were only 260 partnerships registered with the civil society organizations out of the 8,000 partnerships those were listed. That was less than 3%. I just want to reaffirm our civil society's intention and commitment to work with all of you, and we stand ready to engage with multi-stakeholder partnerships with the many conditions that colleagues have already listed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to highlight that this regional context of a partnership. The benefit of a regional cooperation is we can utilize a geographical proximity, but still there is a high level of diversity in terms of resources, expertise, and technology. So we can utilize both geographical proximity and diversity in resources. So this is the value of a regional cooperation. And we are here, Asia and Pacific, but we are speaking as if it is one entity, but we have two different continents. Many cases, prosperity of Asia is being made at the expense of this Pacific's environmental sustainability. So how to bring voice of Pacific into this into the process in Asia. So that is also important for strengthening partnership. As a PG delegation highlighted, partnership is a prime mode of existence in many cases in Pacific. So I would like to also highlight our commitments to support strengthening partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since nature-based solutions have been repeatedly mentioned throughout these many days, I thought I'd also add another example of partnership in the region to support the UNIA process over NBS, from the multilateral definition that's founded on IUCNs and the ongoing implementation in the countries. And there are two examples of those. One is around the NBS Knowledge Hub for the Asia Pacific, which the government of China has been sponsoring and hosting in Beijing, conducting capacity building for government officials and practitioners, most recently the NBS Summer School in Shanghai. On the other side is finance, which I think also needs to be addressed. The ADB Nature Solution Finance Hub is a 4 billion financing facility to support bankable projects for NBS scaling, high integrity NBS application. In both cases, we partner with China and with ADB in supporting catalyzing finance and capacity building for high integrity application of NBS in the Asia Pacific. And we'll be more than happy to provide details if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to add a couple more reflections, and I thought there were some very interesting interventions. First and foremost, just wanting to echo what has been mentioned by several in terms of the importance of indigenous peoples and local communities as partners, and co-implementation and locally led implementation. I think it's important to think about partnerships at all levels. And I also wanted to highlight, following the excellent statement from the children and youth major groups about youth engagement and partnerships specifically with youth network and youth organizations, something that WWF is also championing. They bring ideas and they act a lot faster than many others. And finally, as we leave today, maybe an opportunity and a challenge for all of us to leave Fiji with at least one new partnership formed. Maybe an unlikely one, maybe a more difficult one. And referencing Mr. Wagner, the UN resident coordinator, perhaps we need a bit more courage to reach out to the other side and to partner with those that can actually bring those solutions to life, but perhaps we're a bit hesitant to partner with at the moment. I give you all that challenge. Vinaka Valevo.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add that sustainable solutions have to be grounded from best available science that is being produced by IPCC. And in doing so, we need to ensure inclusivity and, particularly as echoed by my colleague here, enhanced participation of youth and also indigenous people, indigenous expert group, but also enhanced participation of women in the process. As I have noted yesterday, that out of 664 experts that have been nominated, selected as author in the 7th assessment report of the IPCC, 46% are women, and 29% of that is from Asian Pacific, which is a milestone. And I would like to call upon every one of us to partner with IPCC as we are producing the 7th assessment report to inform global climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I express my gratitude to all distinguished speakers and the delegation from every fruitful deliberations, especially from the panelists and from the floor. Your inputs will be captured in the chair's summary and will be informed in our ministerial outcome. This concludes agenda item number 9. And I will thank you once again, panelists, and you are now excused. Let's move on, given we have 3 more agenda to deliberate on. Agenda item 10, role of sub-regional organizations and bodies in accelerating sustainable solution in the region. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is called to order. We now take up agenda 10. As I've already alluded to, kindly refer to background document UNEP/APN Forum 6/INF/4. Sub-regional organizations in Asia and the Pacific play a pivotal role in coordinating regional action, supporting capacity building and monitoring implementation of UNEA resolutions and the environmental dimension of 2030 agenda. They help translate global commitments into local action and facilitate regional consensus building, including through knowledge sharing, capacity building, and tools, and reviewing progress on multilateral environmental agreements and the SDGs. Sorry. While now we invite the panel to the table, let me just make an announcement, given that we will not have any afternoon tea break. The members of the forum is welcome to, if you want to stand up and get a coffee and a tea and enjoy it at your table, you are most welcome to do so. So this meeting can continue and we are able to cover the agenda we have. I invite our panel members and introduce you to you. The head of the table is as the secretariat should have announced, but I will do that for him. His Excellency, Mr. Boran Wanga, Secretary General Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. His Excellency, Mr. Indra Mani Pendi, Secretary General, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, by joining virtually by video. Dr. Jerome Mountmayer, Executive Director, Asian Center for Biodiversity. Dr. Pema Yasto, Director General, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. Mr. Stephania Noandra, Director General, Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program. We will proceed to the panel's intervention. Speaking time is 4 minutes per panelist. I will signal as you approach your time, please share any extended remarks in a soft copy with the Secretariat. I first invite Mr. Boran Wanga to present his perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. I'm pleased to join you today for our dialogue on the role of sub-regional organizations in accelerating sustainable solutions across Asia and the Pacific. In the context of the Pacific region, regional organizations are a critical bridge between global commitments and national realities. As an international and regional organization, the Pacific Islands Forum works closely with our sister organizations like the SPC, SPREP, FFA, PASO, SPTO, and the University of the South Pacific to help translate global aspirations into national realities. Now, jointly, we provide the platforms for consensus building, capacity development, and knowledge sharing for our Pacific Island countries, especially the smaller and more vulnerable states, to meet their national, regional, and global obligations. In the Pacific, our own 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent provides the guiding framework that captures this principle of collective action. The 2050 strategy also helps to translate the aspirations of the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, as well as UN Environment Assembly resolutions into practical, context-specific actions that are responsive to our community's needs. It also demonstrates how regional organizations working in concert with our member governments can pool limited capacities and resources to achieve outcomes that no single country could deliver alone. But let me make 3 points that are particularly important in today's global context. One, Efficiency and effectiveness must be at the core of our efforts. With global physical contraction affecting countries and development partners alike, we cannot afford duplication. Every dollar, every resource must be directed towards delivery and impact. Regional organizations like the Pacific Islands Forum are uniquely placed to align and coordinate actions, avoiding fragmentation and maximizing value for our members. The role of UN agencies must be complementary, not competitive. We welcome the technical expertise and global convening power of the UN agency system. However, it is essential that UN agencies do not crowd out or duplicate the roles of national governments and regional organizations in the region. Instead, UN agencies should enable and amplify local and regional mechanisms, ensuring that implementation is owned and led by those closest to the realities on the ground. Partnerships are our strongest asset. Regional organizations can and should act as conveners, bringing governments, development partners, including the UN agencies, civil society, and the private sector together around common priorities. These are what the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and members of the Council of Regional Organizations of the Pacific do. But partnership must be designed and with respect for existing governance structure, and they must build lasting capacity within our region. It is also for these very reasons that our Pacific regional architecture is undergoing a review to ensure that we are fit for purpose, relevant, practical, and aligned to our members' needs. Our colleagues, the road to 2030 is short, and the urgency of the climate and biodiversity crisis is growing. If we are to accelerate solutions, we must do so by working smarter. We must eliminate duplication, leverage comparative advantages, and continue to ensure that national, regional, and global actors each play their part in a coherent and coordinated way. For the Pacific, regional organizations are not an optional extra. We are essentially enablers of sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General, Mr. Baron. I now invite Mr. Indra, who will be presenting virtually through a played video, and followed by Dr. Jerome.
Namaskar, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and co-panelists. A very good morning to you all. Greetings from the BIMSTEC Secretariat in Dhaka. As BIMSTEC Secretary General, I am privileged to participate at 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific. I convey my gratitude to the United Nations Environment Programme and the Government of Fiji for invitation. I regret not being able to join in person. I am delighted to participate in the panel discussion on the role of sub-regional organizations and bodies in accelerating sustainable solutions in the region. I warmly greet fellow panelists and representatives of regional organizations from Asia and Pacific. The role of regional organizations in accelerating realization of SDG Agenda 2030 has long been recognized. Regional organizations like BIMSTEC are uniquely positioned to address shared developmental challenges of their member states, including environmental and climate change related challenges. Since no country alone can tackle these issues, regional organizations provide the requisite platform for forging collective regional action. In view of their small membership, regional organizations are able to build consensus on effective and appropriate regional solutions. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to briefly introduce BIMSTEC to you. Founded in June 1997, BIMSTEC is an intergovernmental organization which brings together 7 countries located in Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. It acts as a bridge between South Asia and Southeast Asia. It has on its agenda 17 sectors, including environment and climate change. It has well-established core and sectoral mechanisms for forging regional cooperation. It has adopted sectoral action plans, master plans, negotiated conventions, agreements, and MOUs, set up centers of excellence, and engaged in external partnerships. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to highlight the progress we have made in forging regional cooperation in areas relevant to the agenda of the Ministerial Conference. As you know, the Bay of Bengal region is highly vulnerable to environmental and climate change-induced challenges. The Joint Working Group on Environment and Climate Change has adopted a plan of action with focus on biodiversity, waste management, and climate change. Similarly, the Expert Group on Mountain Economy has adopted a plan of action for promoting clean renewable energy, protecting mountain environments, ensuring ecosystem services, and fostering green enterprises. The Expert Group on Disaster Management is currently engaged in finalizing a plan of action to improve preparedness and coordination for responding to natural disasters. The BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate, located in India, is engaged in making tailored weather and climate forecasts and capacity building. 4 rounds of BIMSTEC disaster management exercises have been held, and the BIMSTEC Center of Excellence in Disaster Management is being set up by India. With a view to cooperate in transition to green energy, there is a plan of action for energy cooperation. The BIMSTEC Grid Interconnection Master Plan is under discussion. BIMSTEC Energy Center, located in Bengaluru, India, is anchoring these initiatives. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, BIMSTEC is committed to promote inclusive, sustainable, and climate-resilient development in Bay of Bengal region. We are also committed to working with the relevant UN and international organizations to benefit from their knowledge, resources, and expertise for collective environmental and climate action under BIMSTEC. Let me conclude by reiterating that BIMSTEC is dedicated to advancing sustainable development through regional cooperation in Bay of Bengal region. I thank the UNEP and the government of Fiji for giving me this opportunity to share BIMSTEC's perspectives with you. I wish the forum success in its endeavors. I thank you all for your kind attention. Namaskar.
Mr. Indra, and thank you. I now give the floor to Dr. Jerome.
Esteemed colleagues, partners, ASEAN member states, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Warm greetings from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, established in 1967, initially focused on cooperation in various sectors to promote peace and stability in the region. Over the last 25 years, environmental concerns, particularly biodiversity conservation, have also become increasingly prominent within the ASEAN's agenda. This is a special year for us, for the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, as we will be celebrating our 20th anniversary this September, less than a month from now. Established in 2005, the ACB facilitates cooperation and coordination among the ASEAN member states and with relevant national governments and regional and international organizations on the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity and the fair and equitable share of benefits arising from the use of such biodiversity in the ASEAN. ACB was designated as one of the 18 regional and sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers, or TSCCs, by the Convention on Biological Diversity. As a TSCC, we assist member countries by providing biodiversity data, resources, expertise, technologies, and capacity-building opportunities, complementing and enhancing existing initiatives and cooperation. Supported by the ASEAN Secretariat, the ACB helped develop the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. With the ASEAN member states, this strategy charts the region's path to achieving the KMGBF, ensuring alignment with national plans and linking global biodiversity targets to the ASEAN's priority for collective regional action. Beyond Southeast Asia, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity has potential cooperation with constituents including India, Mongolia, and Timor-Leste, and other sub-regional support centers serving their respective constituents in their region for knowledge sharing in implementing the KMGBF. There are also opportunities to work with other support centers from Africa, the Caribbean, the Pacific Island countries, such as the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, the Caribbean Community, and the South African National Biodiversity Institute. In this area, the benefits and challenges of island ecosystems shared by many island countries or archipelagic countries are areas for mutual learning and cooperation. The KMGBF 30 by 30 ambition is where the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity would need to provide more support in terms of other area-based conservation measures, or OECMs. We have been expanding protected areas, but a more challenging task is identifying OECMs that will engage other stakeholders, including indigenous peoples, local communities. Target 3 is the main target for which we need to provide more support. Regarding ecosystems restoration, or Target 2, we need to have a robust framework. The ACB also has its own program for ecosystems restoration, the ASEAN Green Initiative. The ACB has and will organize different workshops and activities in collaboration with relevant partners and other TSCCs, including IUCN, who was a speaker earlier, to achieve the KMGBF targets. Some of these are the Knowledge Management for Biodiversity Workshop for Asia, held in March 2025 in Bangkok, Thailand, the Sub-Regional Workshop on Target 3 of the KMGBF for Southeast Asia, East Asia, held in June 2025 in Bangkok, Thailand, the OECM Knowledge Sharing and Exchange Workshop in August 2025 in Iloilo, Philippines, and Sub-Regional Dialogues on Biodiversity Monitoring and Reporting with a focus on ecosystems restoration in September 2025, Bangkok, Thailand. Upcoming activities as part of our TSCC role includes the International Conference on Heritage Parks that will be held in Manila in October this year, and the 8th ASEAN Heritage Parks Conference scheduled this November in Quang Nam Province, Vietnam. Our Vietnam colleague is not here. He might want to invite you. The ACB mobilizes resources for biodiversity conservation in ASEAN, continuing beneficial projects for member states. It also includes non-ASEAN countries under its role, our role as TSCC, fostering South-South cooperation through shared knowledge and lessons. The ACB will seek funding for TSCC activities for AMS and parties. The ACB and the United Nations Environment Program World Conservation Monitoring Center will soon work together in implementing the strengthening national biodiversity monitoring system for enhanced implementation of the KMGBF. The project will assess and enhance national capacities, tools, and systems to monitor national implementation of the KMGBF. The project intends to strengthen the capacity of national institutions for monitoring biodiversity in selected countries and identify the required resources to ensure sustainability of national monitoring system. The roadmap has already been prepared. What remains for us is to continue finding opportunities to work together with all of you, including indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth, to maximize the power of collective action. Thank you very much, and I hope to have a meaningful discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jerome. And I offer the floor to Dr. Pema.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Many of you would have heard about the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, but I also understand that many of you may not know about it. Now, ICIMOD is a regional knowledge learning and sharing center, and I'm very happy that 6 of our member countries are represented here today: Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Nepal, and Pakistan. We are working across all these issues that we have been discussing over the last 2 days or so. You talk about climate and water risk, biodiversity and landscapes, air pollution, mountain economies, and sustainable livelihoods. What we do is we do this through a transboundary approach. All these issues are transboundary in nature, and also we realize that they require across the society, whole of society approach, and we cannot just leave it to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, but they need the support of not just the executive branch, but also the legislative and judiciary. So recently we also supported the government of Nepal in hosting a parliamentarians meet, because legislation is important. Without legislation to implement policies is very difficult. Even if you have the best of policies, it will not be effective. Therefore, we need to engage not just the executive, but the legislative and even judiciary, I think. And of course, we need the finance sectors and the academia. So basically, in a nutshell, what we do is we try to link scientific evidence to policies and practice. So in a nutshell, I would like to summarize our role, because I see that we are really short of time. So first is to collect and disseminate knowledge and good practices. Second role that we see as a regional organization, but our role is very specific to the mountains, is to pilot test, customize, and demonstrate good innovations and technologies. And the third is engaging and capacitating our communities and partners in the member countries. And fourth is leveraging scientific evidence to available financing sources. And fifth and final is fostering cooperation. Now, cooperation is, of course, very, very important. And if we have cooperation, if we have collaboration, if we have commitment, and if we have cash, we can do everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pema. And I call upon Mr. Sapanaya. Nawandra to make his contribution.
Thank you, Chair. The Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat has given you the context within which we work as regional organizations in the Pacific. In relation to MEAs, there are 3 key roles I want to highlight where we support our members. The first is to amplify our Pacific voice at global fora. The reason why we need to do this is many of our solutions are not here with us. We need global partners and the global community to meet their obligations under the MEAs. Our delegations to the MEAs are very small, so we have to coordinate and prepare in order to be effective at these fora. The second is access to finance and promoting partnerships. We serve as accredited entities for the GCF Adaptation Fund, JEF,
GBF Fund, and we also have regional networks and roundtables where we get our members together with our partners to try to mobilize resources for implementation. The third is to support national implementation through technical advice, through the support of key services like the Pacific Climate Change Center, Regional Service for Invasive Species Management, and thirdly, through regional programs like Weather Ready Pacific. I want to end with a request for the UN system and also for our partners to utilize the initiatives, the platforms, and the networks that we already have in the Pacific to implement the global programs and your own organizational programs that you want to implement in the Pacific. This is a call from our leaders, and we, as regional organizations in the Pacific, are working to implement that. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Nawandra. A list of speakers with me who have indicated that they want to speak on Agenda 10. I will now offer the floor to Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the government of Sri Lanka. We gather here at a time when the world is confronting a profound environmental emergency. The triple planetary crisis is affecting all aspects of human life, especially in our region, which is home to some of the most vulnerable communities and ecosystems. We firmly believe that sub-regional organizations play a pivotal role in this endeavor. As an intergovernmental body, the South Asian Cooperative Environment Program, SASEP, is uniquely positioned to address the complex environmental issues in our region. Despite our shared history, South Asian countries continue to face unresolved environmental challenges. Whether it is transboundary air pollution, marine plastic pollution, or the degradation of natural ecosystems, these issues demand collective responses. Recognizing this, and as a host country, Sri Lanka has proposed the review and updating of the Article of Association of SASEP to realign the organization with the current environmental priorities and regional requirements. We are pleased to note that SASEP, in consultation with its member states, is actively progressing with this important initiative. Sri Lanka also proposes that SASEP take a leadership role in identifying new pathways for funding, technology support, and capacity building to tackle the triple planetary crisis. This effort should be rooted in shared knowledge, best practices, and mutual learning across borders. We also welcome the recent approval by the Governing Council of SASEP to take on new regional initiatives, including addressing transboundary air pollution and marine pollution. These are important steps towards coordinated action and regional resilience. In conclusion, Sri Lanka reiterates the urgent need for a strong and active environmental platform in the South Asia region. We believe that an empowered and forward-looking SASEP can become the voice of our region, driving impactful solutions and fostering genuine collaboration. Let us commit ourselves to work together to build a sustainable, resilient, and greener future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now offer the floor to Bhutan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Bhutan aligns itself with the statement made earlier by Sri Lanka, a distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka, and appreciates the focus of this agenda item. In our mountainous region, abstract global commitments meet concrete on-the-ground realities. Here, sub-regional organizations are not merely coordinators, they are essential practical enablers. Their strength, as noted in the background document, lies in their deep understanding of our specific context, something a top-down approach could never achieve. Bhutan wishes to highlight 3 critical roles these organizations play. First, on pooling resources for trans-boundary challenges. Organizations like ICIMOD, SARC, BIMSTEC, and others are indispensable. The Himalayan glaciers and river systems that sustain billions are a shared responsibility, requiring shared solutions. Similarly, transboundary air pollution and energy security cannot be addressed by any single nation. These bodies provide the neutral platform we need for collective action. Second, on harmonizing standards and bridging gaps. For landlocked developing countries like Bhutan and our neighbors, these organizations are a lifeline. They help harmonize policies, build economic resilience, and ensure that no nation is left behind due to its geographical constraint. They are vital in creating a more integrated and equitable regional economy. Finally, and crucially, on mobilizing targeted finance and technology. A significant challenge for many of us is accessing international climate funds. Sub-regional organizations can build our collective capacity, pool projects, and help us navigate complex requirements, ensuring that finance and technologies reach the communities that need them the most. In conclusion, Bhutan strongly believes that investing in and strengthening these sub-regional bodies is one of the most effective strategies to accelerate sustainable solutions. They are the key translators of our global ambitions into local, impactful actions. Bhutan calls for strengthened partnerships between UNEP and these organizations to ensure they have the resources needed to continue their vital work as translators of global commitments into local action. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. I now offer the floor to Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to share some perspectives from ASEAN. The ASEAN Ministerial and Senior Officials meeting, as well as the ASEAN Haze Agreement and the Ministerial Steering Committee on Transboundary Haze Pollution, have been called to addressing regional challenges such as transboundary air pollution and climate change. First, they have helped galvanize political commitment and regional multilateral action. In 2002, ASEAN finalized a legally binding agreement to tackle the recurring challenge of transboundary haze pollution. The agreement has been ASEAN's institutional response to land and forest fires for more than 2 decades, and its implementation has also been enhanced by the ASEAN Specialized Meteorological Center, hosted by Singapore, which provides early warning and monitoring to the region. While the situation has improved in recent years, ASEAN remains vigilant and committed to realizing our vision of a haze-free region by 2030. As such, ASEAN is also working to operationalize the ASEAN Coordinating Center on Transboundary Haze Pollution, hosted by Indonesia, as soon as possible. Second, with commitment to action comes extra-regional resources and expertise from development partners and organizations. Partners from this region, such as Australia, China, Japan, India, and the Republic of Korea, have also helped strengthen ASEAN's environmental response and resilience through action plans that channel technical assistance. In fact, the ASEAN ministers will convene next week in Langkawi, alongside dialogue partners to take stock of ASEAN's progress in implementing its global commitments and addressing new as well as existing regional challenges. Singapore is also pleased to co-lead the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change with Thailand for the period 2025 to 2028. Climate adaptation will be among Singapore's priorities for the working group. The Centre for Climate Research Singapore will share scientific expertise and climate models with ASEAN members to enhance our collective preparedness for climate impacts. Finally, sub-regional organizations help amplify the collective input of the region on global issues. Every year, ASEAN submits a joint statement to the UNFCCC COP to highlight its achievements and views on climate issues. ASEAN has also weighed in on other multilateral instruments such as the CEDB, as well as the BRS. These have allowed ASEAN to contribute to global negotiations and standard-setting processes. Singapore congratulates Malaysia for its successful ASEAN chairmanship this year and looks forward to supporting Philippines in its chairmanship in 2026. Thank you.
Singapore. I now offer the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Bangladesh believes that sub-regional organizations can play a vital role in solving our emerging problem linked to environmental degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss. As our Sri Lankan delegate and also ICIMOD representative mentioned that these two organizations are playing a very vital role in this region and can have the potential to make a larger impact in the region because they have the flexibility and address the areas which are not yet covered and the groups not yet spoke on brought, also not brought in the stage in the play. In the game. I would like to mention, I missed the opportunity to speak in the Agenda 9. From evidence, I can say that a major stakeholder should be brought in the partnership, like political parties. The political parties in our country, and I believe in many countries, in forest land encroachment and cutting hills, and big crimes, ecocides are done by, with the help of political parties and powers and influence. But since the party in power holds in the positions in the government, they only know. On the environment minister only can know the dynamics and the situation. But rest of the party members and other parties remain silent and in the dark what is happening in the discourse of environmental degradation. So all the political parties in the national level should be brought in the partnership in some form of kind of knowledge, orientation, and sharing so that they can be work as a stakeholder, as a civil society member, or like this, so that they can play their role. So sub-regional organizations can do research and orient and can bring their voice, can orient them as well, and make some kind of innovative arrangement how we can make them on board and make the right kind of appropriate political ecology to, in the context of this critical stage of planetary crisis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Fiji, are you willing to make an intervention or want to submit a... Are you ready? You have the floor.
Honorable Chair, the Pacific region has a clear, unified vision articulated in the 2050 strategy of the Blue Pacific continent, a framework championed by the Pacific Islands Forum, PIFs, and endorsed by our very leaders. The implementation of this vision is driven by our premier technical and scientific bodies. Chief among them is the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, SPREP, our principal organization for environmental management. SPREP is on the front lines, leading efforts in climate adaptation, biodiversity, conservation, and waste management, and crucially supporting our nations in implementing multilateral environment agreements. Therefore, Fiji puts forward the following proposal for these forum's considerations. First, to prioritize regional programming and financing. We call on UNEP and our international partners to shift from a predominantly national project focus to a regional one, channeling capacity building, technical assistance, and finance through SPREP and other CROP agencies ensures alignment with our 2050 strategies, reduces the administrative burden on individual seats, and leverage decades of specialized regional expertise. Second, to formalize sub-regional bodies as MEA implementation hubs. We urge the forum to formally recognize and call for its strengthening of SPREP's role as the key implementing partner for MEAs in the Pacific. This means UNEP and the MEA secretaries secretariats should provide direct support to SPREP for harmonizing policies, streamlining reporting, and developing integrated regional action plans. And thirdly, invest in regional knowledge and data systems. Rather than creating new platforms, we call for direct investment in SPREP's capacity to serve as a central hub for environmental data collection, harmonization, and dissemination for the Pacific. This builds on a trusted institution and ensures that data serves our regional and national planning needs effectively. Honorable Chair, empowering our sub-regional organization is the most efficient and sustainable investment in the environmental future for our Blue Pacific continent. Let us honor the decisions we have fought hard for in the past COPs and UNIAs by ensuring that our sub-regional organizations are provided adequate resources so that they can provide timely and effective support for its members.
Thank you. I think those have contributed on agenda item number 10, and I will now invite each of the panelists can take up to a minute each to put forward their closing reflections after hearing the floor and the various submissions that came out from the floor. I will start with Mr. Barron. You have a minute to give any reflections from what you've heard from the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It can be clearly identified that each of our role in the region, the organizations, however big or small they may be, need to work closely together, need to identify where they can fit themselves better in the work of things in the region. As I said, we are undergoing the architectural review of all the agencies and crop agencies in the region, as well as the PIF, the Pacific Islands Forum, and this is to making sure that our organizations can deliver to our members, and we need to make it clear to each of us that when we make partnership, and I mentioned this at the end of my presentation, that it has to be complementing each other. The UN agencies that come in must know where they're fit to working well with our regional organizations. And our members do depend very, very much on our organizations. And we need to pay attention to them. And likewise, we demand this from our UN agencies and others outside of our region that are coming in to partner with us, that you come in as genuine partners. You come in, and I hear a lot of talk as well about resourcing. They need to make sure that they are sensitive to what we need as member countries in our region, not just in Asia, not just in the Pacific, but the greater Asia Pacific as well. I think if we can get our act together in combining all our efforts, I think we will have a greater and more happier region of Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now give the floor to Dr. Jerome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The ASEAN Center for Biodiversity supports the statements made by our distinguished member states. It is important to provide support to the sub-regional organizations and bodies so that we can continue to support our member countries in pursuing their respective aspirations for biodiversity and people. The ASEAN Center for Biodiversity commits to continue to support the ASEAN member states as well as other constituent countries that are in need of support from the Center. Finally, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our ASEAN Dialogue and development partners, as well as our other funding partners, for their invaluable support and making it possible for the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity to support the ASEAN member states and other countries. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to Mr. Nawandra.
Thank you, Chair. Just to support the, maybe I can say, conclusions of many of the interventions, that sub-regional organizations play a crucial role in the implementation of MEAs. We need to utilize the mechanisms we've set up in our various sub-regions to implement. I guess the only added note I'd like to make is to ask for resourcing and mechanisms where sub-regional organizations can work closer together and share lessons learned between our sub-regions, and to help facilitate action, global action that needs to be taken, especially for us in the Pacific, in Asia, because many of the issues we face, we need our countries in Asia to help us to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawandra. Dr. Pema.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In a nutshell, ICIMO could be described as the mountain arm of UNEP, dealing with the issues in the mountains. But I think from what I have heard, there is a very strong interest and commitment to work across these regional bodies, sub-regional bodies, if you like. And for ICIMO, we would like to strengthen our cooperation with SAARC, SASEB, BIMSTEC, UNESCAP, ACB, even beyond our region, beyond our sub-region. And I just want to emphasize that we really need to take a holistic, integrated approach, because sometimes we tend to segregate mountains and islands, coastal and lowlands and so on. But all of us are, all these regions are connected. Our rivers connect us, the air we breathe connects us, the life forms, our culture, trade and commerce. So I think sometimes we really need to look at how we can work together better. Instead of taking issues separately, we can tackle issues together. Finally, I would like to request UNEP to not only continue, but to strengthen its role in coordinating all these sub-regional bodies. Thank you very much.
There are some interests that have been brought to my attention, that some civil society group, they want to make few submissions. That discretion lies with me. I know the limited time we have, given that they are two reports that we need to adopt after this, and there needs to be some understanding whether the civil society groups will agree if they given their written submission to the Secretariat to be considered in the report. Will that be negotiable? How many civil society group? 2? So I give you 2 minutes each and your written submission to be handed over to the Secretariat. Which group goes first? Not ready?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm Elisa Koyata. I'm part of the Pacific Families Defending the Living Planet and also Diverse Voices in Action for Equality. I would like to take this time to acknowledge and recognize the custodian-led owners of this place that we are gathering this afternoon and pay a deep and gratitude respect to them. I would like to reaffirm what was shared by PS Mr. Sivendra Michael yesterday in his opening statement, and I quote, "There's a strong need to recognize the solution of continental Asia will be different from the solution of other nations, grounded on lived reality and science," unquote. And with that, enables me as a young descended Pacific young man and future ancestor to have a quick intervention. Regionalism is the key of moving the important work of social, economic, ecological justice, and having meaningful accomplices, ensuring that no one is left behind. We stand in solidarity with the shared struggle that our Asia brothers and sisters encounter in the fight of climate justice, ecological balance, and liberation, particularly on unceded and colonized states and territories. Allow me to share a very quick 4 key recommendation that we would like to see in the UNEP 7 resolution, also around Agenda 10. We urge strong support for UNEP to provide proper organizing and mobilizing of funds and resources to all sub-regional organizations and bodies in accelerating a sustainable solution in the region. Around loss and damage on second, the Pacific region suffers extensive loss and damage, and therefore the resolution and decision of UNEP 7 must reflect the daily lived realities of Pacific people living through a triple planetary crisis. We urge the sub-regional organization and bodies to support the rights of vulnerable communities, aim to overcome patriarchy, war, military, and power imbalance, and call for ensuring rights and civil spaces, including for workers, women in all their diversity, people with disability, youth, children, indigenous people. And the fourth one around water, the 2050 strategy of Blue Pacific Continent emphasized the people-centered approach, which includes food sovereignty, water and sanitation, right to life and proper shelter, and ecologically function, ecosphere and biosphere. So therefore, water cannot be treated as a commodity, but a basic human need. We call for protection for fresh water, including the operationalized of rights of wetlands, both inland and marine ecosystem. The blue ecosystem cannot function without the green ecosystem. From our traditional totem in inland, the lulu, to our traditional totem in the ocean, the ngyo. And we call for strong protection for our terrestrial lands. This is the way that we practically demonstrate intergenerational equity. We urge sub-regional organizations and bodies and UNEP to recognize that the triple planetary crisis is interlinked, intersectional, and intergenerational, and so must be our responses. Naka, Mr. Chair.
Now offer the floor to this is the youth and children.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Chair. I am Shaila Shohit, representing Gender CC, and I speak on behalf of the Asia-Pacific major groups and stakeholders. Dear Chair, sub-regional organizations in Asia and the Pacific are not just coordinating bodies, they are strategic bridges and conduits between global commitments and local realities. With smaller and more homogeneous memberships, they are often better placed to reach consensus, tailor responses to shared needs, and translate international commitments into context-specific solutions that deliver measurable results in the ground. Dear Chair, building on these strengths, we urge UNEP and member states to recognize firstly and resource sub-regional organizations as essential actors in amplifying women's voices, grassroots knowledge, and indigenous leadership in addressing the triple planetary crisis. Secondly, institutionalize gender-responsive and inclusive governance at the sub-regional level, including Asia-Pacific women who are at the front line of fisheries, agriculture, aquaculture, and disaster response. And we must see their innovations and survival strategies integrated into regional climate and biodiversity plans. Thirdly, we want ensuring direct, simplified, and equitable climate and biodiversity finance flows through sub-regional institutions, empowering women's cooperatives, youth movements, and CSOs to scale local solutions without being trapped in debt-creating finance or excessive bureaucracy. Fourthly, strengthening policy harmonization and transboundary cooperation across borders, from mangrove and coral reef protection to just energy transitions, with sub-regional organizations convening shared agenda rooted in evidence and right-based approaches. Fifthly, expand their mandate to include protection of sea space and environmental defenders resisting harmful practices such as deep-sea mining and untested geoengineering, while advancing people-centered, science-based solutions, equally monitor accountability and advance gender-just commitments rather than being sidelined by corporate or geopolitical interests. Finally, dear Chair, by empowering and resourcing them, UNEP and member states can deliver transformative, inclusive, and gender-just solutions that honor the resilience of our peoples and safeguard our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another children and youth? You have the floor now. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. My name is Phoebe Fidge from Australia, and I speak on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group 2 UNEP. The role of regional and sub-regional organisations are particularly important in grounding the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements and frameworks by member states in on-ground projects that benefit local communities. We recognise that those organisations play an important role in ensuring synergy, policy coherence and concrete implementation of MEAs and international frameworks through regional norms, working mechanisms and coordination. We also recognise that regional organisations operate between and outside of national jurisdictions, challenged by conflicting national priorities and limited accountability. We call for sub-regional organisations to consider the following. First, convene a consultative mechanism to promote dialogue and engagement with non-governmental stakeholders, including youth and other vulnerable communities. These should be adequately financed and resourced. We call for continued involvement of youth networks working in the region. Second, encourage sub-regional organisations to establish institutional partnerships with the UN system grounded in existing MEA frameworks such as the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the Paris Agreement. This will centralise formal youth engagement processes, making it easier for youth to participate meaningfully in their implementation. Third, we call on stronger accountability for delivery of regional and sub-regional objectives. We need complete regional cooperation to deal with transboundary challenges, which necessitates compliance with regional and sub-regional organisational standards and codes of practice. This can only be achieved through specific, measurable objectives with incentives for their effective implementation. Fourth, strengthen the voice of sub-regional organisations in environmental regional preparatory meetings and the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and those administered by the UN Regional Commission, UNESCO. Although the triple planetary crisis is happening globally, its impacts are felt locally and define the lived realities of communities in the region. These frontline communities deserve a voice, as well as sustained actions, follow-up and concrete deliverables. Finally, there must be stronger representation and continued engagement of sub-regional organisations in the mobilisation of development financing in multilateral development banks for the implementation of regional environmental objectives. Thank you.
It has been brought to my attention that there's another 2 groups, but we'll have 2 minutes each. Pacific Feminist?
We don't have, Excellency.
No, you're not ready? Global Partnership? No?
We should finish our Excellency.
I take it that no one wants to speak. So I thank all distinguished speakers and delegations for very constructive deliberation, and that those that were coming from the floor, your inputs will be captured in the chair summary and will inform as part of our ministerial outcome. I thank you all, panelists, and sorry for keeping you here too long. You are excused. We will now, we've completed the agenda item 10. We will now proceed to agenda item 11.
And you can tell that the report has been, yesterday's report has been uploaded already.
It's a submission from the senior officials meeting report yesterday, a draft outcome of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific. This was the meeting that was held yesterday, and I think the report is already out on
the Forum website.
In the portal that the Secretariat have set up. And the chair of the senior officials meeting is here. Dr. Sivendra Michael, who will be presenting to us a brief of the report. And I call upon the chair to briefly summarize to us the outcome of yesterday's meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Colleagues, as already mentioned by the Chair, the draft officials report can be found on the outcomes link of the portal. So I will go very briefly on the outcomes of the senior officials meeting through you, Chair. Next slide. So at the opening session yesterday, we saw the presiding officer hand over the bureau chairship to the newly elected bureaus, which was myself and my two vice chairs, Dr. Moniet Ven, Undersecretary for the Ministry of Environment, Cambodia, as well as the Ms. Masako Ogawa, Deputy Director General from the Government Global Environment Bureau of Japan. Next slide. Following that, we adopted the agenda and we went on to our first agenda item, which was on agenda item 2, where we reviewed the implementation of all the resolutions in the from UNEA 6 and passed before that as well. In this agenda item, we had multiple interventions reflecting on a range of issues, and to summarize all, we have categorically put them into a brief for the purposes of this submission. So next slide. Again, for agenda item 2, colleagues and distinguished delegates, if you wish to review this in detail, please go through the entire report. It would have all your submissions, and all emailed submissions have been reflected adequately. On agenda item 3, on contribution of regional forums of ministers of environment and environmental authorities to the UNEP midterm strategy, the interventions stressed on the need for concrete implementation and tailored support. Many delegations emphasized on the financing gap, the lack of technological transfer and capacity building, particularly for vulnerable states such as SIDS and LDCs. We also heard interventions from landlocked and mountainous countries. We also looked at the issues around stronger focus on oceans alongside land and nature. Calls were made by respective delegates on advancing circular economy and zero waste. And in this regard, several delegations also highlighted the urgency of addressing climate-driven displacement and the impacts of waste and rising temperatures as well. Without going into the entire paragraph on the second part, I just wanted to stress that there was a emphasis placed on multilateral cooperation, partnership, and indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as the need for greater alignment of global frameworks, including that of the Paris Agreement and our 3 Rio Conventions. Overall, there was consensus that the strategy must be ambitious, action-oriented, and inclusive to deliver a meaningful impact, and the submissions on the areas for strengthening were taken into account by the Secretariat for onward submission to the UNEP colleagues. Next slide. On agenda item 3B, where we looked at the role of the Environment Fund, there were a lot of interventions made in this regard as well. Without going into the specificities, we all understood that despite the global physical context, UNEP made a call for us to continue our contributions, but also there was a clear reflection that apart from just a continuous contribution, that the funds be used in a way that is addressing the needs of the most vulnerable. Next slide. In terms of agenda item 4, where we looked at the draft ministerial declaration, colleagues, this was one of the most extensive sessions. So without again going into much detail, I think if you see the draft, the outcomes document from yesterday, from the senior officials meeting, you would see that the meeting report actually identifies each and every intervention, including that of our observer group. And I just wanted to note that there was a call for the need for the inclusion of the reference of the ICJ advisory opinion within the ministerial declaration, and also the call to strengthen language on oceans, ocean climate nuxes, plastic pollution across its life cycle, as well as many other areas that was made known yesterday through that submission. We did hear from the UNEA 7 president in this regard. While our submissions will be taken on board, not all will be adequately reflected, and where necessary, only the high-level interventions or whether would be reflected. You also heard that you will have an opportunity today. By this evening, I think it's going to be out, the revised draft declaration, and you have an opportunity to then provide your submissions through the e-delegate platform. Civil society members, if you wish to make a contribution on this regard, you are encouraged to approach your member states that only have access to the e-delegate profile, so that the members' declaration can have these updates reflected accordingly. The last date of submission would be the 17th of September, as mentioned by the President's team, and then thereafter there will be onward consultations through the Committee of the Permanent Representatives. On the Ministerial Declaration as well, the UNEA President made it known as well that if we could keep the technical niceties out of the declaration submission and we could focus on the high level, that would be much appreciated, where the technical niceties could be formed into a resolution for submission and consideration. Next slide. On agenda item 4B, the draft resolutions, there was 5 resolutions introduced. I will not go into explaining each of the resolutions. This was well received by all member states. We do note that in this process, there was some interventions that was still on the concept note, and also a specific note to make that Tuvalu had indicated its intention to submit two new resolutions in the upcoming process. Colleagues, with that being said, please note that the resolutions are to be uploaded by the 29th of September 2025, 10 weeks ahead of the UNEA 7 meeting, and as in line with the UNEA decision 6/7. Having said that, I think it is only right for me to note that there was a lot of consensus on a couple of resolutions, and member states were encouraged to talk to each other to co-sponsor each of these resolutions ahead of the UNEA 7 meeting and ahead of the CPR meeting, which happens 2 weeks from now. Next slide. As I've mentioned already, all of these have been discussed, and I have adequately reflected on this slide as well. Next slide, Secretariat. On agenda item 5, we had from our panelists, there was a lot of interventions made on the need for all of these multilateral environment agreements to be speaking to each other, and the fact that resources are still very limited in terms of implementation. There was a reflection on honoring the CBDRC principle. I believe China had made a very important point that while we are looking at national resources, we should also be mindful of how ratification can have implications, but nevertheless also understanding that there is national circumstances that needs to be recognized in this process. I also recognize that the UNFCCC had made a intervention yesterday that's reflected that they will, through the UNFCCC process, call for a assessment of the interlinkages between the multilateral agreements, and there will be an opportunity to review the technical report for the upcoming sessions of COP and thereafter. Again, on this particular agenda item, Honorable Chair, through you, this was also discussed today in the last session, and I believe that the interventions from that session will also reflect the synergies between agenda item 5 and the last session we just concluded. Next slide. We do recognize, this is my last slide, Chair, that there was formal forum updates from the 3 separate events that was held 2 days prior to the senior officials meeting. So we did include the interventions in our senior officials meeting report to incorporate the voices of the youth from the Asia Pacific Regional Youth Environment Forum, the scientists from and the Business Coalition from the Science and Policy Dialogue, as well as our major stakeholder group that held their meeting on the 27th from the Asia Pacific Major Groups and Stakeholders Forum. Colleagues, with that being said, that's my final slide. Again, the report is available in the Outcomes tab of this meeting page. Please feel free to review and provide any submissions to the Bureau, which is your chair and your vice chair, if your inputs have not been adequately reflected. With that being said, thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to update on your agenda item 12.
I thank the chair of the senior officials meeting. I invite members and heads of delegation. I invite ministers, sorry, and heads of delegation to take note of the key elements of the senior officials report. And as alluded to by the chairman of the senior officials meeting, the procedures to follow so that you are able to make your contributions before the draft is finally done. We'll now move to drafting time to allow the preparation of the draft chair summary. The meeting will be adjourned for an hour just to allow the drafting of the report to be done by the Secretariat and the team. We will resume. I'll hand over now to the Secretariat, who will explain to us the procedures involving the adoption of the draft report and what is our role as the Bureau when we come after the resumption of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, now, as Chair mentioned, that we'll have a 1 hour break and then we'll prepare the report, but then we will submit it to the Bureau. The chair and vice chair will go over it, and once it is approved to go ahead, then we'll print it to all the member states. We'll table it to all the member states, as you have seen it yesterday. And then once you review that, I will have an opportunity to incorporate if it is not has been done or adequately reflected. So and then you will have we will have an opportunity to move to the next agenda item for the adoption of the report, the yesterday's chair's report, the yesterday's senior officials report, as well as the today's the chair summary of the report. So that's basically the process. So it's important now the 1 hour. After 1 hour, if you could kindly come back and for reviewing the report. Thank you very much. And adoption finally, of course, that is the final. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ministers and distinguished delegates, may I just have your attention for 1 minute. This is to advise you that the next agenda item, which is the official adoption of the ministerial document, followed by the closing statement, only thereafter will we have the gala dinner, which is hosted by the government of Fiji. So please stay around, and following the formal processes, we will have the invitation to the gala dinner. The view is where we had our traditional welcome ceremony this morning, and it will be opened up space as well. So thank you so much, and please bear with us as we prepare for the evening and the final send-off. Thank you.
Then 24 hours.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think we are all in now, and you've got a copy each of the report that's been chair summary, and we'll give you 5 minutes to go through it. After which, then when everybody's settled, then we'll move into agenda item 12. Eh?
Just give it to us from now.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that I want to cut short your going through the report and probably your editing. That's still a draft format. But the chair and the vice chair and the secretariat have proposed that all member states be given 24 hours to provide written inputs on the chair's summary on this ministerial segment, and be sent to the secretariat, and they will update your views as per the additions or the removal that you might want to pursue. Do we all agree with that? Given the program tonight, another program awaits us. So that is what we chairs and the secretariat are proposing. I take it that everyone agrees that 24 hours, then you can send in your comments. The comments you might want to alter the report that is before you. I thus have the pleasure to formally announce that the 6th Forum Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia and Pacific adopted both Chair's summary of the senior officials as well as the Chair's summary of the Ministerial segment. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all participants for their excellent cooperation and fruitful deliberation. That brings us to the end of agenda item 12, and we now move to agenda item 13, which is the closing of the session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is called to order as we are now moving into agenda item 13. I now invite the Deputy Executive Director of UNEP and Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations to deliver the closing remarks.
Your Excellency, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Honorable Mosese Bulitavu, Excellency, the Permanent Secretary of Environment and Climate Change, Mr. Sivedra Michael, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Nisabola Vinaka. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to our gracious host, the government and people of Fiji, for their warm welcome and exceptional hospitality. I feel genuinely honored and humbled to have been present at this 6th edition of the Asia Pacific Forum, the first ever to be hosted in the Pacific region, and to have met and heard from so many dedicated, inspiring delegates and participants. And I recently actually came across a quote from a Fijian and Tongan writer by the name of Epeli Houfa, which really sums up this spirit. And he said, I quote, "Our Sea of Islands is not a barrier, but a highway to other worlds," end of quote. This really sums up the Pacific's power to unite the people who live around and near this mighty ocean and their ability to cooperate for change. Over the past 2 days, we have all engaged in rich and meaningful discussions supported by the UN Science Policy Business Dialogue for Asia and Pacific, the Asia Pacific Major Groups and Stakeholder Forum, the Asia Pacific Youth Environment Forum. Alongside this, we witnessed a wide range of side events that addressed most of the pressing environmental issues faced not only by this region, and actually, but by the entire world at large. With these pressing issues also discussed were solutions and best practices to learn from. This forum has been remarkable in both its breadth and inclusiveness. we had the privilege of welcoming around 293 participants and delegates, not only from governments from this region, but also from other UN agencies and international organizations, sub-regional organizations, their secretariats, multilateral environmental agreements, major groups, stakeholders, the youth, the donors, and many other partners. And in keeping with the spirit of our Pacific host, we saw unprecedented participation from the Pacific countries, an invaluable contribution to the dialogue and to our collective vision for a sustainable future. I also like to profoundly acknowledge and thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, Honorable Manoa Kamekamitha, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, again, Honorable Mesese Bulitavu, the Permanent Secretary, his Permanent Secretary who has been with us throughout, Mr. Michael, for their leadership and commitment in spearheading this forum. The Bureau members, under the able chairmanship of our chair, Honorable Mesese Bulitavu, and the vice chairs, His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim, Minister of Tourism and Environment of Maldives, His Excellency Mr. Rasio Rido Sani, Deputy Minister for Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Environmental Agency of Indonesia, for so ably steering the forum along its way. All ministers, heads of delegation, MEA's heads, UN resident coordinator, distinguished participants, your energy, your insights have brought that life in this discussion. The hardworking officials of the Fiji government, especially the staff from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, as well as other government ministries and departments for their tireless dedication, preparations, and support for this forum. My UNEP colleagues, particularly from the Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, and few who join me from the headquarters, all under the excellent and able leadership of our Regional Director, Mrs. Dechen Svering, and of course, the management and staff of this Crown Plaza Hotel for providing us this excellent venue and services we have enjoyed. Distinguished delegates, this forum has not only been a gathering, it has been a milestone on the way to UNEA 7. We have used this opportunity to reflect on the progress made in the implementation of UNEA resolutions in this region, and these have included examples of partnership, resource mobilization, and success stories. Governments have also gave an indication and introduced draft resolutions which will be forwarded to UNEA 7 for consideration. We have also taken time to consult on the UNEP draft medium-term strategy for 2026 to 2029, as well as the program of work and budget for 2026-2027, and the draft ministerial declaration, all of which will ultimately be presented for review and adoption at UNEA 7 to be held in Nairobi this coming December. The interventions on the medium-term strategy stressed on the need for concrete implementation and tailored support. And many delegations here emphasize the financing gap, technology transfer, capacity building, and particularly taking into account vulnerable states such as small island developing states, least developed, landlocked, mountainous countries. Delegations, you have also stressed the importance of multilateral cooperation, partnerships with indigenous peoples, local communities, and alignment with the global frameworks. The outcome of this forum will be submitted to UNEA 7 and its intersessional processes. I encourage all member states to remain actively engaged through the Committee of Permanent Representatives and through your regional groups, and by preparing and consulting on the draft resolutions. Let me remind you that the deadline for submission of draft resolution is Monday, 29th September this year. Allow me to extend, on behalf of the region, our heartfelt thanks to the Government of Australia for its generous support, which made it possible to organize this forum and to bring many of you to this beautiful city of Nadi here in Fiji. Many thanks to all countries that contribute to the UNEP Environment Fund. Your contributions make this meeting and all UNEA itself, indeed UNEA itself, possible. In conclusion, let me once again pay tribute to the government and people of Fiji. Pay tribute to all participating countries and every partner who you have worked so diligently to make this forum a success. We look forward to continuing this journey with you and to seeing you, to welcome you in Nairobi for UNEA 7 in December, where we will carry forward the spirit of cooperation, collaboration, and ambition that has marked our time here in Fiji. Thank you, Vinaka.
I thank the Deputy Executive Director for the closing remarks and the thoughtful reflections. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Bureau of the Ministerial Segment, I thank all honorable ministers, heads of delegations, and distinguished participants for your active participation and valuable contribution to the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia and the Pacific. This forum has demonstrated a true spirit of cooperation and delivered a transformative outcome. The outcome of the forum will be submitted to the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA 7, to be held from the 8th to the 12th of December 2025 in Nairobi. We look forward to our continued engagement to strengthen the regional environmental agenda in Asia and the Pacific. Given that there is no further matter to consider, I declare this meeting officially closed. I now hand over to the Secretariat for further announcements.
So I think, thank you very much, Excellency, for your kind leadership. I think only one announcement left. We did it, all the things in cooperation. The announcement is that the gala reception dinner to be hosted by Government of Fiji at, maybe now, we proceed now, so we are already delayed, in Barabi, where the morning ceremony was held, opening ceremony was held, traditional ceremony was held. So thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.